We have covered some of the steps that would be necessary for spring garden preparation in the covering of steps for fall garden preparation. If we have taken the necessary steps in the fall, some of the things that we would be considering for spring preparation will already be accomplished, so we're not going to take a lot of time to cover all of those steps again. If you are just beginning in the spring, then it's important to go through the steps of soil preparation, of adding the adequate minerals and things that are needed, such as we covered in the fall gardening preparation. The differences between your fall preparation and your spring preparation will largely be that you're going to have to do some of the things in the spring that will not have the benefit of breaking down and becoming as readily available for the plants. If you didn't plow in the fall, you will need to plow or till your soil in the spring. Being able to plow that early enough that it can have some freezing weather on it will help to break that up and make it more loose and porous. Another important consideration is if in the fall it was not possible to accomplish the steps of preparation that were needed, then calcium and some of the other elements that are probably going to be needed on the soil will have to be added. However, some of these elements cannot be added in as large quantities in the spring as they would have been able to have been added in the fall. The calcium source and the phosphate source, as discussed in the fall gardening video, we can apply in the spring if we have not applied them in the fall on similar principles. And then we want to allow some time for those to work in the soil. The minimum amount of time that we should allow would be about 2 weeks before we're going to plan on planting seeds. Here we're at the bed that we prepared last fall on our fall gardening DVD. We didn't start fixing it right away in the spring. During the winter, the weeds are not growing because we have freezing weather and snow. In the spring, when it starts warming up, some of the weed seeds will sprout and they'll start growing. Now we're into the summer and the weeds have grown up, and we're going to mow the weeds down and prepare this bed to fix for planting some things. During the winter, there are several things that are happening, even though we don't see anything growing on top. The seeds are laying there in the ground, as in most all ground, especially topsoil. There are many, sometimes hundreds of thousands of seeds, even in a few square feet, that are weed seeds. They can lie dormant for many years, and they're waiting for just the right conditions of moisture, sunlight, and warmth to sprout and grow. So as it warmed up, these sprouted, and we're going to cut them down and prepare it. Another thing that's happening during the winter is there's microbe activity that's taking place. Even though we don't see much activity on top of the ground, microbes are working down in that soil. As long as it's not frozen, there may be a layer of snow on top. There may be bitter cold above the snow, but the ground is insulated, and down there under the surface of the ground, as long as it's not frozen, microbes are working, breaking down some of the mineral elements and preparing the soil for more soluble elements that plants can use to grow during the summer. So we've passed through the winter, the spring has come and gone, we're into the summer now. We're going to mow these weeds down and prepare it. Now we're ready to fix this bed. We've gotten the weeds mowed off of it, and we want to build a sod. Since we're on a hillside here, the soil can roll down the hill when we work on it. And just as we have made sideboards on some of the rest of these beds, we're going to fix up the sideboard for this one before we dig it up and smooth it out and get it ready to plant. So we're going to cut square ends on our boards and prepare them to put in on the sides of the bed. We use our square and pencil, and we'll just use a bow saw to saw the ends. We make them square so that they can fit together well. Let's turn this around and we'll square the other end. Thank you. This one's ready to use. We'll just set it down here. We'll square the end on another one. Now we're going to want to get our measurements and prepare to put this up. Let's measure up from this bed below us here. We're allowing 4 feet for the bed and 3 feet for the walkway between it. That gives us room to go through with a mower or a weed whacker or whatever we need to use to keep grass mowed down, and also room to walk in a walkway between it. So that means we want to start out here at 7 feet. And we'll have to go over here a little ways and do it again. And again. These stakes I've already treated with used motor oil from changing the oil in our vehicles. You can see how it's darker there on the bottom. I just had a 5-gallon bucket, put a bunch of oil in it, and then put these in and let them soak for a little while. So that helps to make them last longer and prevent rotting as quick. Okay, let's pound this in here. That's good. And what we're going to do is go ahead and nail it up. And we use that big hammer as a backing. If you will hold that on the inside, I'm going to nail through from this side here.
Okay.
And then, there you go. Slide it down a little so the nail can come through. Let's do, well, we'll wait till we get the other, then we'll get it all level. That's good. Now we can do the bottom on this one also, since we got it level. The next step now is to start in turning the dirt over with our garden fork. And if there's any big weed roots or clods, we'll pull them out. Put them up here in the garden cart. You want to go through and do this on the whole bed. This will get oxygen down in the soil, which helps the microbes, help loosen it up, put a lot of these weeds and things down where they can die and decompose. Also, the different trace elements and things that we put on last fall were on top of the ground. They have soaked down through the winter as it's frozen and thawed and as it's rained and snowed. But now as we turn the soil over and stir it up, that will help mix all of those elements more thoroughly in with the soil. Finding worms like this is a good sign that there are microbes and worm activity going on in the soil, which shows that the vegetation and humus that's in the soil is being digested and broken down. Some animal life in the soil is a good indication that soil health is developing. As we pointed out in the last DVD on fall gardening, it is possible to use this same method just with a small box or bed. Even if you're living in the city, you can start learning some of the techniques of gardening, and you can experiment just with a small window box. You can use the same principles, get some dirt, put it in your box and start building it up. Grow a few plants, even if it's just 2 or 3 squash or tomato plants, or even a potato. You can use the same principles on a small scale or on a larger scale. But the point is that you can start wherever you are, use whatever's available, and start developing your experience with it. You'll probably notice also that when we dug this last fall, the ground was very hard. It hadn't been worked before, but now you can see that it's much easier to dig. And as year by year we keep adding humus and organic matter, it will get looser and looser and easier to dig. There are three important areas of consideration in the nutrient and soil condition needs. These are organic matter, major elements, and minor elements. It's very important for us to remember these three areas because we need to evaluate each one and give some special consideration to them. Major elements and minor elements involve the minerals and nutrients that are used in the soil to a large degree, and organic matter involves the things that provide food for microbes and also carbon in the soil. The primary source of carbon in the soil is from organic matter. Many soils have been depleted of carbon to an extensive degree. Many years ago, carbon levels were much higher than they are now. Carbon is the basis for moisture holding retention in the soil. And the higher the levels of carbon are, the more is possible for moisture to be retained in the soil. If there's a sufficient amount of carbon in the soil, a person could have even 2 inches of rainfall on their land, and the soil would not have a leaching effect that takes place if the carbon levels were high enough. So it's important for us to give consideration to adding these things as much as possible back into the soil. And this can be done by the application of organic matter. And again, I want to mention these three areas: organic matter, major elements, and minor elements. We'll look at some of these in a closer consideration. Organic matter, as I mentioned, supplies carbon. It also supplies food for microbes. Microbes are very important in your soil structure. Microbes break down insoluble elements into soluble forms that the plants can use. So microbes are a special workforce for you. I like to think of them as one of my important garden crews, working in the garden night and day to help make food available for the plants that are growing. In 1 acre of good, nutritious soil, there may be 2,000 pounds of microbes. If you add all of these microscopic bacteria and microbes that are working in the soil all together, you would have 2,000 pounds of microbes. That's 1 ton. That's the equivalent of a large mature cow or a large workhorse. So think of yourself as feeding the equivalent of a large animal living on that 1 acre of land, and that animal is turning the elements in the soil into sources for plants to be able to readily absorb. Also, when we have sufficient organic matter in the soil, many of the nutrients can be held much better. They do not leach out of the soil quickly. Nitrogen is one element that can either leach out of the soil quickly, it can drain through the soil and wash out, or it can evaporate back into gas. In the air, we have about 75% of the air being nitrogen. It's a gas. But the plants get a lot of their nitrogen from the soil, And so the nitrogen that is present in the air has to be incorporated in some way back into the soil and be available for plants. Nitrogen can be attached to the particles in rain or snow, especially in an electric storm. If there's lightning and electrical activity, some of the nitrogen that's in the air will come down in the snow or the rain and can work into the ground. In Michigan, where I used to live, it was said by some of the old farmers that the snow was considered to be poor man's fertilizer, because some of the farmers found that if they would plow when there was snow on the ground, as long as they were able to go through with their tractor and plow it into the ground, it would increase the growth of the crops where they were able to accomplish that. They could see a difference in their field. And the reason was probably because they were getting some additional nitrogen from that snow. So we have these benefits from organic matter. It also helps to make the soil much looser if the soil has been heavy or compacted. Now that we've gotten the bed dug, we've accomplished several things. By turning the soil, we have mixed it with some of the things that we put on top last time, and we have also put more air down in the soil. The microbes that convert a lot of the mineral elements into soluble forms for the plants to use require oxygen. So by getting oxygen down deeper in the soil, we're able to enable those microbes to be more active. By mixing a lot of the manure and other things that we put on last fall, we're also putting more food for those microbes down into the soil. We're going to add a little more compost and other elements that will help to build up the soil. Every time that we work the soil, spring and fall, it's good to keep adding some humus or organic matter or anything that will help to build up the soil with more organic type materials. So we're going to get a little composted chicken manure. It's chicken manure we had piled up, and it's just been setting for several years. It's well composted. We wouldn't want to put fresh manure on here, and we wouldn't want to put anything that is going to require a lot of decomposition on in the spring. We can put that on in the fall, and the microbes can work on it through the winter, but we don't want to put those kind of things on in the spring because it requires a lot of extra nitrogen for the decomposition process to take place. The microbes get the first go at any nitrogen that's available if they need it, and to put the things on in the spring can cause problems that way. Also, putting fresh manure has a lot more, the manure has a lot more concentration of mineral salts in it that can burn the plants. And so allowing it to compost, to mellow, and for microbe activity in it is the reason for putting it on in the fall. But if we have a pile of compost somewhere that we have developed, then this is a good time to put that on in the spring or any time when you work the soil. You can add that in just as a soil amendment even through the growing season. Put some along the side and work it into the soil when you cultivate or hoe. We're going to put some on now to add to what we've done here. One of the things to remember in putting these kind of materials on the ground, both spring and fall, is that we're not just trying to put something on to feed the plants, we're putting something on to feed the microbes in the soil as well. The microbes are one of the main agencies working for you to turn the things into the soil into soluble forms that the plants can use, and in quantities that won't be too concentrated. And so putting on things to feed the microbes is very good for your plants. So as we put things on to feed the microbes will feed the plants. Now we have some leaf compost here. We'll dig some of that and put it on too. You may not have a pile of leaf compost that you've accumulated. You may have a place you can go out in the woods and just collect some leaf compost for making, or even leaves that haven't composted yet. You can collect them at whatever stage they're decomposing, pile them up. If you can grind them, that helps them decompose faster. You can grind them, pile them up, and then use them. If you're working in the fall, you can spread them out on the ground like we did last fall on this patch. Or if you're wanting to get something for spring, you can use what you have accumulated, or you can even go out in the woods and underneath the leaves you can find a layer of leaf compost that's already decomposed. Something like what you find here. It's very loose and porous. You will find this kind of material underneath the leaves in the forest floor. And this is good material to put on any time of the year. And we'll put a little of this on. We've had these piled up, so there's already some grass and weeds growing on top. We'll have to pull that off to get down to it. And then we'll take some and put that on. And when you have to pull up weeds like this or cut weeds anywhere, don't throw them out or discard them. All of these things will decompose and make plant food for you. And you want to conserve all of it you can. If you can't do anything else with it, or if you're afraid that it might take root and grow again, the best thing to do is put it in a barrel and just fill the barrel up with water and let it rot, and then use that tea that develops as the plants rot and ferment and putrefy. You will develop a very rich mineral and nutrient tea, and you can use that to water your plants. It will make them very healthy. But generally you can take the weeds, you can chop them up or pile them in with your compost. As we demonstrate in making a compost pile, you can use these kinds of weeds and stalks and things and put them in with your compost. But don't throw them out. Collect all the vegetation that you can, anything that's growing. You can even go out and cut tree branches and leaves and other types of things that will provide you with vegetation. And all of those things, as they rot and decompose, will make rich nutrient sources for your plants. So conserve and use all those things, even kitchen scraps. It makes me feel very sad to see people throw kitchen scraps out with their garbage when that's good food for their garden. When you mow your grass, you can collect all the clippings. It's an excellent addition to compost, or you can even use it as mulch. in your garden. One of the things I really like about leaf compost is that trees will send roots down deep and wide. They will pull up many minerals from deep down in the soil. And those minerals will get combined with the activity of photosynthesis in the leaves. And many elements are taken out of the air as well in the process of the leaf activity in the tree. All those nutrients are put into the leaves, and you can harvest that and put it into your garden by getting the leaf compost. I'm always on the lookout for anything I can add to my garden, and one day I saw the highway department cleaning up a deep bed of silt that had collected beside the highway where the creek had overflowed several times. And I asked them what they were doing with that, and they said they were just dumping it over the side of the road where they had room. And so I asked if they could haul some and dump it at the end of my driveway. They came and looked and checked to see if they could get a truck there, and they said yes, they could do that. So they hauled 4 or 5 loads of that creek silt and dumped it at the end of my driveway, and I was able to bring it up to use on the garden. It's very loose, sandy, loamy silt, and it has lots of the minerals and nutrients that have washed down out of the mountains down the creek when there have been heavy rains. So anytime you have an opportunity, it doesn't hurt to ask, at least if you see where there may be something you can get and put it on your garden. Many times people are glad to have it hauled off, even chips that the right-of-way crews clear along electric power lines and things like that. Sometimes if you see them working, you can go and ask them, and they'll bring them and dump them right at your place. They're happy to get rid of them. So be on the lookout for anything that will help to build up your soil, and try to collect as much as you can. So we'll put some of this creek silt on and add it in on our bed here. It'll help loosen up the heavy clay, have lots of nutrients the microbes will feed on. We've spread some silt on here from our pile of creek silt, and now we're working it in a little in the top couple inches and smoothing the bed out. We'll get it ready for putting our additional amendments that might be needed on before we plant. And if we come across root clods or other things we don't want to leave in here, we can just gather them out while we're doing this step. We'll finish up the last little part here. You'll notice we're also mixing in the leaf compost that we put on and any other organic matter that we've added that's well decomposed. Anything we put on in the spring and summer, as a general rule, we want to be something that has already had time to decompose. There are some things we can put on that don't have to decompose, such as mulch, but that will go on at a later stage after we plant. And that's only certain items or certain types of materials, such as hay or grass clippings. Those are the kind of things that work for mulch. Now there's another reason why we don't want to put on a lot of green material or fresh material, or even things like leaves and dead weed stalks in the time that we're planting and growing through the growing season, because things that are decomposing require a certain amount of nitrogen. Now some things will have an adequate amount of nitrogen in them for their own decomposition. Grass clippings are an example of things that have higher levels of nitrogen. Then there are also things like bean leaves or other types of green material. But if you put on dried weed stalks or wood chips or sawdust, especially things with more fiber in them, they require a sufficient amount of nitrogen to feed the microbes to decompose. And so the microbes, as we mentioned earlier, will take the nitrogen that they need, and they don't leave nitrogen enough for plants' needs. So that's one reason for putting on many of these kind of things, that we want to decompose and build up the soil in the fall, or else put them in a compost pile and go through the decomposition process before we put them on the garden. Then we come to major elements, particularly minerals such as calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium. These are major elements that are necessary in the soil for optimum plant growth and optimum microbe activity. Calcium is alkaline, magnesium is alkaline, potassium is alkaline, and these elements provide a backdrop for much of the chemical reactions and transfers that take place in the soil. And we'll discuss that in a little more detail in a little bit. Calcium in the soil is like calcium in the body. In fact, in many of the comparisons between the soil and the body, we find that the elements occur in proportional amounts, calcium being the number one in both instances. Calcium is necessary for good, strong plant growth and for many of the reactions and combinations from other elements as well. If calcium is not present, they are not able to function properly, many of the other elements. So it's important to give first consideration when we're looking at major elements to calcium. Is there enough calcium present in the soil? And again, I would refer you back to the Fall Gardening DVD series. You can see there discussion and also pictures that we can use to indicate calcium needs in the soil and calcium deficiencies. If we are uncertain, a soil test will help us in finding that out. And of course, if we have not been able to do that in the fall, as early as possible in the spring that we could get a soil test done, that will help us know what things we need to put on the soil for our spring gardening development. Calcium is the first one, and we want to have a sufficient amount of calcium to enable us to have on a soil test of soluble calcium levels anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 pounds of calcium in an acre available. If we have indication of calcium deficiency, then it's a good idea to put on at least 1 ton of lime or some form of calcium on the soil. Then our next important major element is phosphorus. We want to have enough phosphorus to supply what's needed for the plant development in the different plants in our garden. Phosphorus and calcium are both very important for the developments of strong plants, good root growth, sturdy tops. Then another major element is magnesium. Magnesium is present in most soils that have a clay base, especially the heavy, sticky clays tend to be very high in magnesium, much higher than they should be. And so oftentimes magnesium is not something that needs to be added to the soil because it is already present in higher quantities than really is good for the proper proportions. However, if the soil in your area is sandy, then magnesium may be needed. Magnesium helps soil particles to bond together and to be more sticky. In sand, this can be helpful because water can just quickly wash through the sand, and it can wash nutrients with it, and it can pass quickly out of the structure where roots of the plants are growing. And so magnesium levels can actually be increased in sand and help the soil structure, whereas in sticky, heavy clay soils, the magnesium level needs to be lowered in proportion to other elements in order to help loosen up the soil, to help the soil particles not stick together so much. Then potassium is another major element, one of the minerals very important for plant growth. Potassium helps to make sturdy plant structure. It helps to make thicker walls in the plants and thicker leaf tissue in the leaves. Potassium is very important for good structure in the plants. So these are some of the major elements, some of the main ones of major elements that we need to give careful attention to providing in the soil. If any of these are deficient, then we're going to have serious problems, even if other elements are all present. We have here the soil report from the soil lab, and it tells us a number of things that give us useful information in regard to what the levels of different elements are in our bed, as well as it gives a recommendation about some things to put on. Now, we supplied the information about what we plan to grow this year and next year as garden vegetables, and then we also supplied the information for the lime that we put on when we first fixed the bed last fall. We put it on at the rate of 2 tons to the acre, and we put down the month and the year that we applied it, so they've included that in their evaluation of the soil and in the recommendations they will make. Now we have several different items here, and I'm just going to point to some of them that are especially important for us to consider at this point. This tells us here of the different bases that are in the soil. We have a saturation percentage of 98% of the potential amount of bases that can be held in the soil. And this percentage here especially applies to calcium and magnesium. So the percentage of calcium that's in this base saturation ratio is about 76% calcium, and the rate of magnesium is about 21% magnesium. And these two together make up approximately the 98%. The rest of the bases in this saturation percentage are potassium, sodium, and a few others. Now here we see that the pH is 7.2, and generally it is considered that an ideal pH is around 6.5 to 6.8 for most garden products. One of the reasons for that is that that's the range where the elements in the soil, such as iron and other minerals, have a balance of being most readily available. As the pH goes down from 6.5 to 6.8, some of those elements become less available even though they're present in the soil. They're less available to the plants. As the pH goes up to 7 and above, some of those elements, such as iron, become less and less available. So the pH here is a little higher than what we really would consider desirable. We also see here that the phosphorus index, the I on each of these represents index, and the soil lab has figured out a rating which they call an index rating, and an index of 100 they consider to be the maximum amount that you would want for an optimum crop. If you have an index of 100, that means you don't need to put on anything, you've got plenty of that. In actuality, as I have evaluated these soil test results with some other soil test results from labs, and as I have experimented with the soil, I found that a higher index rating is oftentimes even better with this soil lab report. When you get soil test results, it's good for you to have some discussion with the soil lab and find out how their ratings would be understood in terms of pounds per acre of these elements, and whether the elements in their rating are soluble or whether it's the total amount that's there, whether it's soluble or not. So all of those need to be taken into account. With this particular soil lab, we have an index rating for phosphorus of 228. That's over double of what they consider to be the maximum amount you would want for optimum crop results. And one of the reasons the phosphorus rating is so high is because we put on some soft rock phosphate last fall when we were preparing the beds. So this tells us that the phosphate we've put on is showing up on the soil test report. The calcium is showing pretty high. The ideal percentage for calcium is around 65 to 75%, depending on whether you have a heavy clay soil or whether you have a real sandy soil. The heavy clay soil is better on the lower side of the ideal amount, and a heavy sandy soil would be better to have a calcium level on the higher side of the amount, up in the 70s. So this is a little high for the heavy clay soil we have. Magnesium is high because we want approximately 80% of our base saturation to be calcium and magnesium together. So this means, since 98% of it is covered with mostly calcium and magnesium, that means that the other bases are proportionally going to be less. It's like a pie. If we need a certain percent of the pie to be one element and another percent to be another element, but yet we have the majority of the pie used up with just two elements, that means the part that's left is going to be very small, not as much as it needs to be. So that's what we have here. We have more of the pie being used up with calcium and magnesium than is really ideal in what's on the base saturation percentage. Now, the main part of this percentage that we would want to lower is magnesium, because if the ideal rate is 80% for these two together, and an ideal rate here would be 65 to 70%. If we take, say, 68%, that means we'd want only 12% magnesium to come up with a total of 80% of our base saturation. So that means we want to lower the magnesium proportion in comparison to calcium. In order to lower magnesium, we can actually raise the calcium level some without increasing pH. There are several ways we can do that. In fact, we can add calcium, even though calcium is a base, we can add calcium in certain forms that will end up decreasing the magnesium and thereby lowering pH, because magnesium increases pH as well as calcium. If this was 0% magnesium and 76% calcium, the pH wouldn't be as high as it is here, because magnesium will increase the pH 1.4 times as much as calcium, unit per unit. So that means magnesium is more potent to raise the pH in the same amounts that calcium is available. So we want to decrease magnesium. We don't mind adding little calcium if we can in a form that doesn't raise the pH but will decrease magnesium, and the overall result will be to get our balance and ratio more in range. We see also here that manganese is very high in the index rating which the soil lab has assigned it. Zinc is extremely high, 379. That's almost 4 times the amount that they figure is good for optimum crop. Copper is especially high. Here we know that our soils are low in copper, and we added some copper, so it's showing up initially as a pretty high amount. And sulfur is an index rating of 63 on this report, so it wouldn't hurt for us to increase the sulfur. We'd like to get that up at least to an index rating of 100 here. And then we also note with our potassium, the K, that it's low on the index rating. It's below the halfway mark, 50 on the index rating. So potassium is one of the things that's low. So we want to increase potassium, lower magnesium, and we want to increase sulfur as well. Last year, I think we also put on boron when we prepared the field. Boron helps to feed the microbes, and especially boron is important in plant assimilation of calcium. The calcium might be available, but if we don't have a sufficient amount of boron available, then the calcium cannot be assimilated into the plant adequately. Now, they don't have on this soil test report a boron report. However, they do have a recommendation if they think boron is needed, and here they didn't think boron was needed. They put 0 for boron. Sometimes in the soil tests, especially with plants that are much more sensitive to boron, such as tomatoes and potatoes, they will put a recommendation for boron. But we have here the calcium, potassium, and sulfur that we're going to want to especially make sure to add. The potassium, calcium are major elements that we need to give a special attention to, and then of course the sulfur will be one of the smaller or minor elements. Sulfur is one of the higher, the elements on the higher side in the minor elements. It's one that's very important, and most of our soils around here in our area are deficient in sulfur. So these are some of the things we will add now. And there is a recommendation here that tells us of things to add. Nitrogen is not something that's evaluated in the soil test report for several reasons. One of the reasons is that nitrogen generally occurs in a gas in the air, incorporated into the ground, but it's easily lost from the ground as well. And it does not stay in the ground long. It will either leach out or return to gas or get used by microbes or plants. And so we want to make sure that we're supplying sufficient nitrogen daily, or not necessarily daily, but regularly through the time that the plants need it. And it does not stay in the soil like the other minerals do. Nitrogen is not a mineral such as calcium or iron. Those things will stay in the soil for a much longer period of time. Some of them, such as phosphorus, will stay pretty stable in the soil. So we have in our recommendation to supply some nitrogen, as we would expect, and we also have to supply some potassium. The rate that's mentioned on the soil test here, and the recommendation that's given, is 7 pounds of a mixture of 15-0-14. This is a standard fertilizer recommendation. Standard fertilizer products usually come with 3 different elements in them that are plant food amendments, along with sometimes inert fillers to make up the rest of the granules that are in fertilizer bags. And those 3 elements are nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash. So if you have a formulation that has the numbers 15, 0, 14, that would be a fertilizer that has a proportion of 15% nitrogen, 0% phosphorus, and 14% potassium. The first number represents the amount of soluble nitrogen, the second number represents the amount of soluble phosphorus, and the third number represents the amount of soluble potassium. As we saw in the report, phosphorus was already high on the phosphorus index, so they're not recommending that we put any more on, but they are recommending the nitrogen and the potassium. And it says 7 pounds of 15-0-14. Now if we want to compute this down to the size of our bed, we take this recommendation that's given here for 1,000 square feet, and we're going to take 1/10 of that for our bed and figure it up in the type of product that we'll put on for giving this plant food to our plants and to our microbes. The 15% nitrogen is figured in a 100-pound quantity at being 15 pounds. 15% is 15 out of 100. So in a 100-pound amount of fertilizer, that'd be 15 pounds. In a 100-pound amount of fertilizer, 14% of this ratio that's given here of what we need would be potassium, 15-0-14. So 7 pounds of that is going to be computed down this way. We're figuring 14% for potassium and 15% for nitrogen. If we figure on the potassium first, we have 14% of 100 pounds would be 14 pounds. Now we're going to be taking the ratio here that's for 1,000 feet and diminishing it down proportionally to 100 feet. So that's 1/10. 1/10 of 7 pounds of this mixture is going to be approximately 1 pound when we take it down 1/10. So 1 pound of, it's a little less than 1 pound, but we'll just average it out to 1 pound. 1 pound of 14% potassium is going to come out to about 1/10 of a pound for 100 square feet. This is 1 pound of actual potassium that we would have in this proportion. Let me summarize that again because it can seem a little confusing, and you want to be sure you figure out your calculations correctly. We have a recommendation here for 1,000 square feet, and the recommendation is for 7 pounds of a mixture that's 15% nitrogen and 14% potassium. So 7 pounds of 14% potassium comes out to about 1 pound of actual potassium. So we want to put on something that will give us the rate of about 1 pound of actual potassium for 1,000 square feet. Now we're computing it down to 100 square feet. We're scaling it down, so that's about 1/10 of 1,000 feet. So 1/10 of 1 pound of actual potassium required is going to be a little less than 2 ounces. So we don't need a lot, but we need a little less than 2 ounces of actual potassium. Now there are several things that we can use to supply potassium or phosphorus or nitrogen. We can either use what are commonly referred to as organic sources, or we can use what are commonly or oftentimes referred to as commercial sources, commercial fertilizers. There are commercial fertilizers that are non-toxic. They are formulated in chemical factories, oftentimes from mined products or from things that are combined in specified rates or quantities. They do not occur just in that form naturally in nature, and therefore people who are strictly organic do not want to use them. But there are some considerations that make it worthwhile for us to perhaps use them in some situations. One consideration is that if we're just moving out of the city and we get a little piece of property in the country and we want to start growing food, we are not able to immediately grow all the food that we would need the first year. That's really not a realistic possibility. We don't have the experience, we don't know how to deal with problems that we don't even envision will come up. And until we've been getting a little experience working with growing food, we don't know exactly what's needed. Even reading a book won't give us all the information or help us to understand the ideas if we could remember it all. And of course, we have a hard time remembering all the details. But as we work with the soil, we will be learning things and gradually improving. And the best plan is to start out small with something we can work with adequately and give it the best possible chance to produce well. And then as we learn, we can keep expanding and we can increase what we're doing. So that's one reason we're demonstrating here how you can do a small scale on one bed of 4 feet wide and 25 feet long. You can do several beds if you have the time, you have the space, and are ambitious. And as you become efficient and you know what you're doing, as you learn by sometimes trial and error, as you're able to ask questions from people who have experience, then you will be able to increase the amount that you attempt to do. But it's far better, it's a good plan to start out small. So we want to be able to scale these amounts down to just a small area we're doing. And if you're using only organic materials, then to supply potassium, we could use something like green sand. Green sand is one of the forms of mined product that's available that supplies potassium. To supply rock phosphate, or to supply phosphorus, we use rock phosphate as we put on last fall. To supply calcium, we can use lime, which is a mined product. You can get different forms of lime. To supply nitrogen, as we are recommended here in our recommendation, we can use something such as bean meal. Anything that's high in protein will also supply nitrogen, because nitrogen is the plant element that's the counter or corresponding element to protein in food. So if you have a food with a high protein content and you put it on the soil, that will convert to nitrogen for the plants. If you have plants that take lots of nitrogen up in their assimilation of elements from the soil, they will be high in protein. So any type of seed meal or bean meal that is high in protein will give you nitrogen. Even something like alfalfa pellets will give you nitrogen because they're high in protein. So we'll get some of these elements that we need here and we'll put them on the garden. I might mention before we do that you can also utilize, as I was describing, if you're just moving out of the city, getting into the country, and you need to do something to try to get some food at least as soon as possible, you may wish to use some elements that are readily available that don't take as long to break down. And you can use some of the commercial preparations that are non-toxic. They are non-invasive to microbes. They are able to work totally in harmony with microbes and give your plants something that they can use right away, and it enables you to get a crop and to have useful, nutritious food while you're getting your soil built up. I believe that the best combination to follow is to use some of both of these. Put as much organic matter on, use the different organic elements that will supply what you need, and also initially use the commercial preparations that are compatible with biological gardening that will enable microbes to work effectively, but will also allow you to get as much nutrition in your food as possible. And as you get it built up, as you get your reserves of mineral levels, then you can gradually work away from the commercial preparations, become less and less dependent on them, and you can utilize more and more the organic sources of things that you can supply from what's available readily around you. Right here we have potassium sulfate, or oftentimes it is sold under the label sulfate of potash. If you're doing a small bed such as we're doing here, a small amount is sufficient to meet most of your needs. This is a 5-pound bag. If you're doing larger scale, a number of beds or a field, then you can use amounts that come in 50-pound bags. Here we see on this label the guaranteed analysis is 50% of available potassium, and this has no nitrogen or phosphorus in it. These are elements that you can use to supply readily soluble forms of potassium. As I mentioned before, you could use green sand. Green sand also supplies potassium, but keep in mind, as I mentioned again before, the things used in strictly organic methods or procedures usually require a breakdown period of time. So if we put green sand on now, it will provide a benefit, but that benefit is going to be slowly developing through a period of time. It will not give a high level of potassium at the very beginning. We have a rating on here that says 7% of potassium available. The major amount of potassium that's in green sand will become available through a process of time, several years. And so we can put some of this on, and that will provide long-term release of potassium. We can also put on some of the potassium sulfate, which will give us something right away for the needs of the plant. Another source of potassium that you can use is ashes. Like the green sand, it's a slower release, but that's a good form of potassium, especially if they're hardwood ashes. Hardwood ashes are the best ones to use from your fire if you burn wood. Hardwood ashes will supply potassium for your garden. So we'll put on this bed here what we will estimate to be about 2 ounces of potassium sulfate. It's not much, just a couple small handfuls. And if you're uncertain about how the amount is going to work out that you need to put on, you can just use a little scale, an ounce scale, or even a gram scale. Now we also want to put something on to supply nitrogen, and we need about the same amount of it. It was pretty close on our soil test recommendation. We can use bean meal. We have here an example of soybean meal. Many of these types of things can be purchased at feed stores. If you are in an area where people have horses or cattle or other types of livestock that they will buy feed at the feed store to use. This soybean meal has been sitting a little while, so it's kind of congealed a little bit into clumps, but you can see how it is. You can just measure out an amount to spread on your soil. And we will supply in the resource portion of this DVD a chart giving you average amounts of different elements that are available in different forms of organic soil amendments. For instance, the proportions of nitrogen you would find in soybean meal or alfalfa meal, the amount of potassium you might find in kelp meal, and different types of manures. We will provide that information so you can evaluate and then compute about how much to put on to meet the needs of a soil recommendation for your bed. We'll put on some of this soybean meal. We can also use in the commercial fertilizer line. There are several commercial fertilizers that are compatible with biological gardening. They're not harmful to microbes. If not put on too excessively, anything, of course, we recognize is going to be a problem if we put on too much. Even water water is damaging to the microbes if we put on too much, because it closes up the pores in the soil and they can't get air. But that doesn't mean the water is toxic and we shouldn't use it. It's the important thing to remember to use it in proper amounts. So the same thing with these commercial fertilizers, that in proper amounts are non-toxic and they're fully compatible with biological gardening practices. We could use ammonium sulfate. Any fertilizer that ends with the name sulfate will provide sulfur. That means it's a compound that also includes sulfur. And since in this soil we noted that sulfur was a little low, we can add additional sulfur by using a sulfate formulation. So if we want to increase the sulfur level and we're putting on nitrogen, we can put ammonium sulfate. Ammonium fertilizers supply nitrogen. We have some forms such as ammonium nitrate and ammonium sulfate. The ammonium sulfate will give us sulfur as well. So we could put some of that on. We also know that we need to lower magnesium, and we can do that especially by putting on more calcium. That will change our proportion and lower magnesium. And we can put on a calcium form that includes sulfur. That would be calcium sulfate, or another name that's often marketed under is gypsum. So we'll put on some bean meal in order to give us some nitrogen on this for long-term breakdown, and then we'll also put on some ammonium sulfate. Bean meal is going to be a lower proportion generally than a chemically formulated compound, and so soybeans are on the average about 30% protein. That will compute down to a smaller amount of nitrogen, so we will put a little larger amount of bean meal on, and also because it breaks down slower. Another product that sometimes is available at feed stores is cottonseed meal. Cottonseed meal also is a high protein product. It's a seed meal. Most any seed meal will be higher in protein and therefore will supply nitrogen when it breaks down in the soil. Cottonseed meal can have some drawbacks, and it's good to check into the source if you can get it. Cottonseed meal sometimes comes from cotton that is sprayed at a much higher rate with pesticides than some other types of agricultural products. Also now we are having more and more likelihood of different things that we get, and this can be true of soybean meal as well, of coming from genetically modified plants. So those are things to evaluate and try to decide whether you want to use the product that's available and whether there might be any problem with it. Now, to supply our nitrogen and also give us additional sulfur, we're going to get our ammonium sulfate and put some of that on. We have here the ammonium sulfate is a formulation that is 21% nitrogen. The guaranteed analysis is 21% soluble nitrogen. It has no phosphorus or potash. The sulfur is not listed on here because generally The fertilizer formulations just list the 3 major elements that are in the 3 numbers. So this is 21% nitrogen. At 21% nitrogen, and we are wanting approximately 2 ounces of actual nitrogen from the ratios we figured out before. We would want to put about 5 times that much, since this is only 21%. So we've got to increase it 5 times in order to make the 100% nitrogen amount that we need. And if we need about 2 ounces of nitrogen, and we have 21% ammonium sulfate or 21% nitrogen, that means that we'll want to put on about 10 ounces of this. That'll give us 1 ounce or 2 ounces approximately of the nitrogen. I know figuring up the calculations can seem kind of complicated, but a little practice will help make it easier as you get used to it. And it is important to try to get them close enough so you don't end up with massive amounts more than you need, or you don't end up with a major deficiency because you didn't put enough. Now, since we have the green sand here, we'll put some of that on. We already had put some potassium sulfate to supply potassium. We'll put a little additional potassium on in the form of green sand. That will provide us with some long-term potassium to be available. Many times in different places you may not have access to some of these different elements, but we're trying to cover a wide range of things that will provide needed elements, and you can use whatever products are available that you can get. There's a lot of flexibility in working with the soil, and especially if you have soil that is largely clay. Clay has much more of a buffer, we might call it, availability to higher and lower levels of different elements without it having as much of a detrimental effect on the plants than if your soil is mostly sand. You need to be a little more careful in the possibility of getting too much of something on if you have sandy soil. But as a general rule, if you're trying to aim to be fairly accurate, you still have a margin of tolerance available, and using whatever you can get, remembering the principles that it's really important to have organic matter, and then attention given to major elements, calcium being the first one, and then phosphorus, followed by potassium and some other things. Then minor elements, particularly things like sulfur, boron, copper. Those are some of the ones that especially are oftentimes necessary to give attention to. Also iron. And if you get those supplied through some different forms of products that are available or things that you can get, you can start seeing results. And as you have experience working with it, you can fine-tune the results that work best in your area with your soil, with your climate. It may be a little different than in some other places. So that's one reason why, as you work in your own particular situation, you're going to gain experience that will work best for your situation. Now we've added both nitrogen and potassium. We still need to deal with our magnesium and calcium situation. We want to lower magnesium especially, and we can use another product that will supply sulfur as well as increase calcium levels, thereby lowering magnesium levels. Now, not all elements work like this, but magnesium and calcium are elements that are proportionally changing. If one is increased significantly, the other one will be decreased on that pie, as I was describing earlier, of the bases that are in the saturation percentage. So if you increase any one of those bases, others are going to be correspondingly decreased to a certain extent. So if we increase calcium and we increase potassium, as we have by adding potassium here, we're going to be correspondingly lowering magnesium some. We won't be able to ascertain exactly how much we're lowering it, but we can get a pretty good idea. A soil test will help us to know more precisely where we are, and it would be ideal while we're working to try to get the soil adjusted to the right balance of some of those calcium and magnesium proportions and things like that, to take a soil test at least once or preferably twice a year, in the fall and in the spring. By doing it early in the fall, we can find out what kind of things we should do into the fall and early winter that will prepare for the spring. Then by doing it in the spring, we can tell what kind of things we can do through the summer that will help to be developing as we work toward the fall, and that way we can keep making steady progress till we get the balances where they should be, and then it's more of a maintenance program to keep it there. So we'll put on some calcium sulfate, or gypsum as it's often called. It also goes by the name land plaster. This is just simply a form of calcium that's formulated from lime with additional sulfur. And we'll put some calcium sulfate on. This bag here says pelletized gypsum for lawns and gardens. And this supplies, as it says, calcium and sulfur. This is a product that's very widely available. It is oftentimes sold in the garden portion of major stores such as Lowe's or Walmart or other types of large stores. If you look for this at the garden department of a store or in a garden shop, just be sure to remember that they may not recognize it by the name calcium sulfate. You may have to ask for gypsum. Sometimes they will recognize it by the name calcium sulfate. Now, the rate that we put the calcium on in the fall was about 2 tons to the acre. When you are adding calcium to try to build your levels up, the initial amount that you would put on should not be any more than 2 tons to the acre. And after that, if you are adding calcium in some form of lime, then it's best to use much smaller quantities and keep monitoring the other levels of things in your soil till you get things about where they should be. And you should add in the spring, you can add in the spring and the fall no more than 1,000 pounds per acre, or possibly up to 1 ton if you still have serious deficiencies. But only when you first apply it. If it hasn't had any lime for a number of years and it's seriously calcium deficient, then you would add 2 tons to the acre, preferably in the fall. And if you're just starting in the spring, you haven't had any soil tests, you haven't done anything in the fall, if you're just starting in the spring, then even if you have seriously calcium deficient soil, it's best to put on just 1 ton per acre and then put another ton on in the fall. Once you put on the 2 tons per acre in a year, and if you did it in the fall, then the next spring you can put on more calcium if it's necessary, and put it on at a rate of about 1,000 to 2,000 pounds, maximum of 2,000 pounds per acre. If you only need a little bit of calcium, not as much, then maybe 500 pounds per acre. If we're going to figure on putting some on here to try to decrease magnesium because magnesium was so high, and we're also adding sulfur with the calcium sulfate, we'll figure on putting on at the rate of 1,000 pounds per acre on this bed. 1,000 pounds per acre, remember, is 1,000 pounds per an average of 40,000 square feet, or a proportion of 1 to 400. So that means that 1/400th of 1,000 pounds would be about 2.5 pounds. So we'll get about 2.5 pounds of calcium sulfate here, and that's what we'll put on the bed. Then we want to keep in mind minor elements. We want to take a careful look at minor elements. If the major elements are present, but we don't have minor elements in proper proportions available, then we will still have deficiencies showing up, or stunted plant growth, or other problems. These minor elements include things such as iron, copper, sulfur, boron, manganese, zinc, and even elements that are needed in very, very minute quantities, almost microscopic, such as molybdenum. Chlorine is another one. It's necessary in small amounts for plants. Most soil has ample amounts of chlorine, so some of these are not ones that we would need to consider adding in nearly all cases. But many of these minor elements, especially ones like iron and copper and sulfur, are deficient in the soils, and we need to give some consideration to them. In the resource collection, we will have charts and lists of sources for these different elements. Some of these sources are from organic sources, and some of the sources of elements are from commercial fertilizers. I might mention a few things here in connection with organic fertilizers and commercial fertilizers. Primarily, there are 3 main approaches to gardening that are common today. The traditional agricultural approach that's used in agriculture business, we might call the commercial fertilizer approach, or the big agribusiness approach. Commercial fertilizers include preparations that have been made in chemical factories. Oftentimes they're made from elements that are mined from the ground and then treated with certain chemicals to break them down and make them more soluble and readily available to plants. Some of these would be things such as potassium, such as phosphorus, such as nitrogen. Nitrogen is oftentimes made from natural gas. It's treated with a certain process in a refining factory to extract and create the nitrogen for nitrogen fertilizers. In the situation of potassium, there are potassium deposits in different parts of the world, and particularly as it's produced here in America in certain states. There are potassium deposits where the potassium is mined and then it is treated with other chemicals in order to make it more soluble or available to plants. It can be either treated or combined with chlorine so that we have a compound called potassium chloride, or it can be combined with sulfur and we have a product called potassium sulfate. Oftentimes the fertilizers that end in a sulfate in their name are treated with some sulfur compound or element such as sulfuric acid to help to make the mineral element more readily available. In the case of phosphorus, most phosphorus comes from phosphate rock that's mined from the ground or from deposits in different places. Then this phosphate rock, after it's ground into a fine powder, is treated with an acid. In the case of triple superphosphate, which is a rating of 0.460 on the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium ratings that you will see on fertilizer bags, it will say 0.460, and that means that there's 46% of what is in that bag is soluble phosphorus. The phosphorus has been made soluble by treating it with phosphoric acid. This creates a soluble form of phosphorus, but it also makes a very acid form of phosphorus. The acidity of triple superphosphate is approximately 4.5 on the pH scale. Being so acid, when it's applied to the soil, it will start combining with alkaline elements in the soil. If there's calcium available, combine with calcium to make tricalcium phosphate. Once those have combined together, they're locked so tightly together that it's very hard to separate them and make the element of calcium or the element of phosphorus available to the plants. So these are some of the ways that commercial fertilizers are made. And some of the commercial fertilizers, such as I just described with a triple superphosphate or with the potassium chloride, these kind of fertilizers produce problems when they're applied to the soil. In the case of potassium chloride, the chloride converts back to chlorine when it breaks down in the soil. And what happens when you have chlorine in the soil? Chlorine is the element in Clorox that's used to kill bacteria. So when this chlorine is present in the soil, it kills the microbes and the bacteria that really are the ones you want to feed and support. So this kind of fertilizer, while it provides a soluble form of potassium for the plants for a period of time, it also is destroying the microbe population in the soil. So even though these fertilizers may help to temporarily at least provide sources of nutrients for the plants, they also have adverse effects or can even be actually toxic. In the case of one particular kind of soil amendment that farmers were buying and applying to pastures out in some of the western states, there was a situation that arose where a man had a number of cattle that started dying that were eating in the pasture, and he started doing research, and he finally traced, after doing some extensive lab testing and other research, it traced back to the soil amendments that he was putting on that soil that he had been buying from a fertilizer distributor. And it was discovered that the fertilizer actually was coming from originally an industrial waste that was being produced as a byproduct of an industry. That industrial waste was considered highly toxic, and it actually required special handling and special permits just to haul it and store it. However, the company that was producing this industrial waste also knew that certain minerals were present in that industrial waste, and so they conceived the idea of marketing this waste product for the purpose of soil amendments to provide those minerals. And so in the process of this marketing chain, the waste was transferred, it was hauled and then stored with the proper permits. Then it was bagged and it was sold as an agricultural commodity. The same permits were not required for this to be classified as an agricultural commodity, and so after it was bagged, it could be sold without the permits that were required in order to haul it and store it as an industrial waste. So just by changing the classification, it was possible to eliminate the need for the permits as a toxic material and change it into an agricultural commodity. And now the farmers were putting it on their pastures and using it to supply minerals, to supplement the things that were needed for their pasture growth. But in this case, it was on in sufficient quantities that it was proving to be toxic to cattle, and some of the cattle were dying. So we have these types of problems with the toxic or adverse effects from some types of commercial fertilizers. But that does not mean that all commercial fertilizers produce adverse effects. Now we've covered our major elements. We've put additional organic matter. We have put calcium. We have put potassium. Our phosphorus level is good. And we have also added some minor elements, sulfur particularly. We want to give some attention to some of the other minor elements, but we don't have a recommendation or a report even on some of those minor elements. There was nothing on the report that tells us what our iron needs may be. Nothing on the report tells us some of the other different trace elements and minerals. So one of the things that we can do is supply, just in small amounts, some of these additional elements with products such as kelp meal or such as a rock mineral powder. There are a number of different products that are basically rock or lava powders that will supply many small trace elements in forms that microbes can use and that plants can benefit from. And so we can put some small amounts of some of these on, and most of these products will actually have a recommendation for the amount to put on per acre, and you can just compute that down to the size of garden or bed that you are using. One example would be kelp meal. We'll put on some kelp meal for additional minor elements. And this particular kelp meal that we have here comes from Maine. Kelp meal for soils. It's harvested from the ocean up in the North Atlantic, and it has recommendations for house plants, bulbs, vegetables and perennials, lawns, trees, and it recommends on large amounts of land up to 300 pounds per acre. On small amounts it has, such as vegetables, spread 1 pound per 100 square feet mixed into the soil, spring and fall. So this is something we can put on both in our spring and fall work. Now this is excellent for feeding the microbes with trace elements, and they in turn will prepare them and make those elements available for plants. So we're putting something on that's food for the microbes while they're working through the winter, and as they're working, they're breaking down other minerals in the soil that are there so that they can be available for the plants as well. And then these nutrients will be very beneficial. So we'll put on about 1 pound for our 100 square feet, since that's the recommended rate. This is a little more fluffy than a granulated fertilizer or than lime, so we'll be using a little more proportionally. You can see it's just a meal. It's the dried kelp ground up into meal. It has a little bit of an ocean smell, but it provides many of the trace minerals and elements that have been washed off the land back into the soil, or back into the sea. They've come from the soil. So we're able to add them back to the soil in this form. Another product that is a rock mineral powder is called azomite. A little bit of that can be added. Another rock powder product is called vulcanite. There are a number of different ones. You can try varying some of them or use combinations of different ones, because each will have a little more of certain types of elements than some of the others. So by using several, you can get a wide spectrum of many of the trace elements that generally are not even tested for in lab tests, but yet are important if you're trying to get the highest quality of nutrition from your plants. Many of them have been leached out of the soils, but because they only are used by plants in small quantities, plants will oftentimes not show a deficiency significantly, but yet the food will be deficient in that element. And it may suffer in the assimilation of other elements as well. One example is with calcium. You can have adequate amounts of calcium in the soil, and it can even be in soluble forms, but the plants will show calcium deficiency if there's not enough boron in the soil. Calcium is a major element, but boron is a minor element. But in small amounts, boron is essential in order for calcium absorption into the plants. So we want to make sure we have the minor elements available as they're needed as well. So adding some of these things like rock mineral powders and the kelp meal will help to make those available. We'll put a little bit of some rock mineral powder as well. This is a product called vulcanite. This has a guaranteed analysis of 0.7% potash and 7% iron. Iron is another one of the mineral elements oftentimes deficient in the soil. Many plants may not show a deficiency, even though the iron is not at levels that would give optimum nutrition in the food. But by making sure that you're supplying some iron, especially if you know that the soil lacks some iron, you are helping to ensure a higher iron level in the food that you're eating from your garden. There are a number of other elements in this as well, but this just shows us that these two elements are definitely tested for and are available in soluble forms at these levels. This also gives us suggested application rates. In a lawn and garden, it says 40 to 80 pounds per 100 square feet, per 1,000 square feet. So that would be around 4 to 8 pounds per 1,000 or per 100 square feet. We're trying to keep straight our calculation when we're scaling down from 1,000 to 100 square feet. So we have 40 to 80 pounds per 1,000 square feet. We're doing 1/10 of that, so that's 4 to 8 pounds. Since we're putting on some other types of amendments, such as kelp meal and other rock powders, we'll use the smaller side of this recommended rate, about 4 pounds. As the name implies, vulcanite, this actually is made from several different types of material, and some of them are volcanic, ground up volcanic ash or volcanic lava with high mineral contents and high mineral energy. So this has several types of those combined together, and we're going to put some of that on this bed. One thing nice about doing a small bed like this is that you don't mind buying some things that would be fairly expensive if you were trying to buy large quantities of them, but you can buy a small amount. Or perhaps if you have some friends that are also gardening, you can go together and get together an amount at a cheaper rate that you can divide up and use for all of you. But you can put on a wider variety of things that might seem expensive if you bought them in large quantities, but you can really build up a small area and you can intensively produce large amounts of foods, more than might seem possible if the soil is really built up to be rich and nutritious and healthy. Now we have one more rock mineral powder here that we will put on. This is the one called azomite. And this has a listing also that is a tested and guaranteed analysis. This is a natural trace mineral fertilizer. It says it has 0.2% soluble potash. It has 1.8% calcium. Has a little bit of magnesium, a little bit of chlorine. It has cobalt, sodium, and it has a number of other things as well, but these are ones that have been tested for. And this is made from a natural volcanic ash deposit. We'll see if they have a recommended application right here. It says directions: add 1 heaping teaspoon per gallon pot, spread 1 to 2 pounds per 10 square feet, or it says add to compost or other fertilizer material and spread 100 to 500 pounds per acre. So we can put on this a rate that would be between the 1 to 2 pounds per 10 square feet and the rate that would be 100 pounds per acre. As you see, there's a lot of flexibility with how much to put on, and it depends on how much you have and how much ground you're trying to cover. A lot of times if you're uncertain, it's better to start out on the small side of the range and then gradually increase, seeing how the plants respond, than to put on a lot and end up having too much. And you'll also get some overlap of different elements if you're putting on several different types of rock mineral powders or products. Now we've talked some about feeding the microbes. One of the things that we haven't really discussed so far in regard to feeding microbes that I'll just mention here at this point is that microbes, in addition to needing the different food elements to supply them with nutrients, they also need oxygen. And what we haven't talked about is they need sufficient moisture. So it's important to have sufficient moisture for plants and for microbes. And it's even good for the gardener to make sure that he's getting enough moisture, he or she. So it's always good to keep your water bottle close by so that you can be drinking some water periodically, and you'll be able to think better and work better if you have enough water to keep you going. Now we've got, again, our three major things that we are trying to supply to the soil: our organic matter, our major mineral elements, and then also minor elements. We've put some of all of these on, we've given attention to them. We're ready to rake it out and to plant some seeds and prepare it for growing. You may wonder what the chickens are doing here. We have several chickens that a neighbor gave us, and we decided to experiment with using them as bug collectors. They like to eat grubs and bugs, and if we just let them run loose during the day when we're out digging, they'll usually come running to see if there's any new grubs or bugs that we've turned up. Occasionally they do find an earthworm, and we can shoo them away if there's lots of earthworms, and we don't want them to be eating the earthworms. But a lot of times the grubs and the bugs that they consume make it well worth having them there. We also have Japanese beetles that bother our grapes and some of the other plants quite a bit. And I can walk down the row of grapevines and shake the leaves, and the Japanese beetles will fall off on the ground, sometimes in quite a number, and the chickens will scurry around and gather as many of them up as they can and eat them. So we have kept several of them just to use as bug collectors, and I think that it may help quite a bit in diminishing the problems with bug depredations in certain situations. Now we're ready to put some of our seeds in the ground, and we want to make little furrows in the ground that we can pull dirt back over to cover the seeds. We want to plant some of the important items that would be staples. We have here potatoes. Usually if we think of staple items that we eat from a vegetable garden, we'll think of potatoes, tomatoes, corn, beans, peas. Then maybe there are other items that we use in salads and things. We have lettuce, radishes. We also have greens. But a good idea, especially if starting for the first time, is don't do too big a diversity of things. Start out small, both in the space and in the number of varieties. especially if your time is limited because you're trying to establish other things. You've just moved into the country and you're starting out. If you've never tried it before, especially, start small and gradually expand as you feel comfortable and feel that you're able to handle what you're doing and you're learning what to do to be efficient. So here we'll put some of the staple items in. Some of the things will grow underground, some of them will grow on top of the ground as far as the parts that we're going to harvest and eat. And then some of them will spread out a lot, some of them will be very compact, so we want to know what the growing habit is of the different things will be, and we want to allow enough room for them to grow. Cabbage, for example, is going to make heads and spread out with leaves pretty broad. We need to allow enough room for that, but radishes would not take much space. They can grow in a much smaller space. Carrots also can grow in a smaller space. So we can put some rows of things closer together. We can plant them closer together in a row. And then other things need to be spread apart quite a bit. Potatoes also grow quite a broad space on top of the ground where their vines will be, so we need to allow more room for them. So we'll start with some of our seeds that we have prepared here. I will emphasize that in our selection of seed, we want to pick seed that we can keep. We can grow and keep some of what we grow for seed for next year. These are called open pollinated varieties. Varieties that are hybrids, sometimes you can keep the seed and plant the next year, but it will be a different variety. It will not be the same variety as what you grew. A hybrid is a cross of more than one variety. And so if you want to be able to grow the same variety from one year to the next, you need to be sure to get a seed that is open pollinated. It's not absolutely necessary to be real precise, to measure everything off. It's nice to have it neat and orderly, and if you're doing it for the first time, sometimes in order to get the idea of what you're doing, it helps to be able to measure and make things a little more orderly and straight. After you've done it a few times, you kind of know what you're looking for, and you can estimate and approximate and get things pretty good even without necessarily measuring. But we will measure on some of these here so we can keep it fairly organized. Just to demonstrate, we'll start in with one row and we'll put just a little stake. These are just little scraps of wood. They work good for putting in as stakes. We'll put one at that side. And we'll plant first some potatoes. We have here some potatoes that we've harvested. Some of them you can see have a little green on them. Now, potatoes that have green on them have solanine that is developing where the green area is, and that is a chemical or an element that is not good to eat. And you've probably heard you shouldn't eat green potatoes. If you cut all of the green part off and there's no green in the part that remains, those can still be eaten, but oftentimes we just keep the potatoes that have the green on them and we use them to plant. They work fine to plant and grow a new potato plant which will grow new potatoes. The reason that they have green on them is because sunshine was able to hit the potato. If they're up near the top of the surface of the ground where the sun can hit them, or sometimes they'll even stick out of the ground a little bit, they will turn green. So there are several things that can be done to prevent that, and we will cover that as we go along. And in our first row here, we'll prepare to plant potatoes. If you come across any big clumps like we just did here, it'd be good to cut them up a little bit and pull out any tufts of grass. Now to plant potatoes, we want to put them down in the ground. And a rule of thumb you oftentimes can use, especially with bigger seeds, is 3 times the diameter of the seed below the surface of the ground. So you can see these potatoes are 2 inches or a little bigger. So if we use that rule of thumb, that means we can put these potatoes about 6 inches down into the ground. A good time to plant potatoes is in the early spring, not long before the last expected frost. If you don't know when the last expected frost is going to be, you can ask anybody around that has been gardening for a little while. They usually will know. Or you can contact the Agricultural Extension Service in your county or state. Every state has an agricultural department in the state university system, and in most states that state university agricultural department has an extension office in every county. You can look in the telephone book, or you can ask at the county headquarters how to contact the Agricultural Extension Office. And the agents at the Agricultural Extension Office will have most of the information that you would need about the amount of rainfall per year, the last date for expected frost in the spring, the first time that frost is expected in the fall, the average first frost date. Those kind of things are useful in planning your gardening schedule, and those things can be learned by checking with the Agricultural Extension Office if you don't know where else to get that information. Here in our area in western North Carolina, the last date for frost, or sometimes it's referred to as the spring frost-free date, is it's May 10. May 10. So potatoes can be planted several weeks before that. Some people will start planting their potatoes by the end of March or into early April. Potatoes take several weeks to come up when it's a little cooler, and even when they do come up, if they get a frost on them and it's not a hard frost, it may just nip the top down a little bit, and they're pretty hardy and they'll come back out. So you can get an early start, especially for early potatoes in the season, by planting fairly early when the ground starts warming up and getting dry enough to be able to till and plant something in it. Some crops, such as beans and corn, are more tender, and especially things like peppers and tomatoes. Any frost, any freezing weather will kill them down pretty much. So it's important to wait until the frost-free time, the last frost date, is passed in order to plant those things. Or one other alternative is to plant them shortly before the last frost, but be prepared to cover them if a frost is expected. Potatoes can be planted earlier. There are some crops that are very frost hardy and can tolerate some frost. Things like cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower, those things can be planted even several weeks before frost-free date also. So here we'll plant some potatoes. We have a short row because in this bed this time we're planting rows across the bed, and that way we can put in many short rows. We will plant our potatoes about a foot apart. A foot is the minimum distance that you would want to plant the potatoes apart. You could plant them up to 18 inches apart. Our bed is 4 feet wide, so we're going to try to plant 4 potatoes in here to cover the width of the bed. And we have them about 4 or 5 inches deep. And we're going to cover them over, and we'll actually add a little dirt to what we cover over, so we'll have them about 6 inches deep. And it will end up with a little furrowed hill over where the potatoes are planted. Now you can see that there's a little hill there, and this accomplishes several things. Obviously, it marks where the row is pretty conspicuously. It also provides some drainage right over top of where the seeds are planted. In this case, it's potatoes. And it provides more surface area of ground to warm up from the sunshine shining on it, and the warmth will help those seeds or the potatoes here to sprout. On real small seeds, you don't get much of that effect because you don't have much soil that's over them. It's not necessary to put much over them. Many of the small seeds will only be buried 1/4 of an inch or 1/2 an inch deep, so you wouldn't have a noticeable ridge of soil over it. But that's pretty much what you need to do to plant potatoes. Once the potatoes start coming up, they will be coming up where each potato was planted, but oftentimes there will be several stalks or shoots that will show up, and they will get longer and longer. They can grow out 3 or 4 feet long, depending on how much the nutrition in the soil will sustain their growth. And as the potatoes grow, the plant will be growing on top of the soil and spreading out like vines in different directions. The roots will be spreading out under the surface of the ground, and they will be gradually forming potatoes. They will start out very small, and they will get bigger and bigger. If they have a full growing season, they can get very big. We've had potatoes sometimes as big as a canning jar that have been able to grow the full season. And they grow, they're actually just enlargements of the roots. So as they're growing under the ground, we want to come back after the potatoes have come up and they're maybe up a couple inches. We want to come back and we want to hoe just a little bit more dirt from out of the middle of the row up against those potato plants, and that will help cover the roots with more dirt so that we don't have as much likelihood of green potatoes like I showed there at the very beginning. And as you go along, you can hoe some of that dirt up. If there are little weeds getting started, you can chop them off. And you want to be careful not to damage the potato plants, but to hoe dirt around them. You can do that 2 or 3 times as the potatoes are growing. Eventually they're going to be up 16 or 18 inches tall, and they're going to start falling over. But up to that time, you can keep hilling up the dirt a little more and covering over where the potato roots are, and that will help diminish the amount of potatoes that would be exposed to the sun and give you green potatoes. Then another thing that's very helpful for the potatoes, after you've had the opportunity to hoe them a couple times, if you have mulch available, old hay, or even things like grass clippings, anything that will work as mulch, this is not something you're incorporating into the soil as food for the plants at this point, but rather it's a cover you're putting over the soil to help hold moisture in and to help hold the temperature of the soil. Some plants will grow much better if the soil does not get real hot. And so putting that mulch on will help to maintain a little cooler temperature in the soil. as well as to hold the moisture. Now, another major reason for using mulch, one of the reasons that many people use mulch for, is to help keep the weeds from growing. So if you've had a couple hoeings that you've been able to do, after you've done the last hoeing and the weeds have all been either hoed up or chopped off, and you're ready to put down mulch, you can collect and put that mulch underneath and pull it right up next to the plants. And if you have enough mulch so the weeds don't grow through, usually at least 3 or 4 inches of mulch is good. Up to 6 inches or even more is fine. Then there's nothing more you need to do till it's time to go and dig and see how the potatoes are doing. We'll plant a few other things here to show how you would do different kinds of seeds. We have here summer crookneck squash. You can get this both in straight neck or crookneck. Summer squash is something that many people like. Summer squash grows also pretty wide on top of the ground. And the squash is born on the vines as they are growing on top of the ground. Our potatoes are going to be spreading out quite a bit, so we'll allow a couple feet for the potatoes to spread out here. And then the squash will spread out quite a bit also. It can spread out 3 feet in each direction, so we want to allow some space for it. We'll come over here and make another little row for our squash. Now this doesn't have to be as deep as the one for potatoes because the squash seeds are much smaller. Here you can see what the squash seeds are like. The squash seeds can be planted maybe 2 or 3 in a spot. We'll just plant 2 places of squash here. We'll put 3 seeds in each place. The reason for putting 3 seeds is because sometimes seeds don't all germinate, that is, they don't all sprout. And so by putting them a little thicker than we expect them to grow, we can allow for the possibility that some won't sprout. We can come back after the seeds do sprout and come through the soil, and we can thin them out and leave just the strongest ones. This gives us the option also to select. If some are much weaker and look more stunted, we can eliminate them and keep just the strongest ones. Then since these are much smaller, we'll just pull 1 inch to 1.5 inches of soil over them. We can do that easily by hand. If there's any clods, we can break them up. And then a good idea when planting smaller seeds like this is to tamp it down a little bit, either with your foot or with the hoe that you're using. This actually helps the moisture to stay close to the top of the ground. When the soil is real loose like this, the moisture that's in the top inch or 2 of soil will evaporate much more quickly out of the soil. But if you tamp it down, it'll stay moist longer, and that will help the seeds to sprout there. It's not absolutely necessary, but I've found through a number of years of trying different things that the seeds will sprout faster if I tamp the soil down like that. If I'm doing a long row, such as out in the field, I can just walk along 1 foot behind the other right down the row and pack it down by walking on it like that. There are several other methods. If you expect a lot of dry weather, which we will demonstrate a little later that you can use to help the seeds sprout more quickly also. So there's some summer squash. Then we'll try planting some beans. There are many different kinds of beans. These are just some bean seeds that were kept from beans that were homegrown. Cornfield beans they were called. You can see here what they look like as they're dried. These are not big, some are bigger, some are smaller. These will make a string bean type of bean that can be shelled out. Many of these type of beans, the whole pod can be eaten at the younger stages. If you allow them to become fully mature, then you shell them out of the pod and keep just the seeds to eat. You can either dry them fully and keep them as dried beans and then soak them overnight and cook them for eating, or you can eat them fresh as you shell them out when you harvest them. Bean seeds like this also have two types of growing habits. One type is a bush bean that will spread out in a small bush-like form. The other type is pole beans, which will grow long vines. They can grow 6 or 8 feet or even longer, and it's generally the custom when growing pole beans to put in some kind of a structure to grow the beans up. Put in some stakes with a wire or some kind of a trellis framework for the beans to be able to grow on and support themselves. We will plant these beans here with the methods that we would use for bush beans. We've got to make our row first before we can put them in. We want to allow enough room for the squash to grow, and then bush beans can grow out anywhere from 12 to 16 inches. So we'll allow a little additional room for bean growth in bush beans, and then we'll make a row. It's generally good, especially with beans and a lot of the smaller garden vegetable seeds, to use seed that's as fresh as you can get. The older the seed is, the poorer the germination quality will be. And it's possible with some seeds, if they're kept for 6 or 8 or 10 years, that there will be almost no germination. So it's much better to use seed as fresh as possible. If the seed is 1 or 2 years old or a little older, then you can just plant the seed more thickly if you can't get fresh seed. But for your time and your effort, it's better if you have old seed and you're tempted just to use it rather than to buy new seed. It's better to go ahead and buy the new seed and not use the old seed because of the likelihood of poor germination. And if you plant the seeds and you get poor germination and there's just 1 or 2 here and there in long distances where none come up, then that means that you've lost several weeks, or at least a week or 2, depending on how long it takes them to germinate, and you still will have to go back and plant again. So here we'll plant these as you would if the seeds were fresh seeds. We'll plant them about every 2 to 3 inches apart, and then when they come up, we will thin them out to about 6 to 8 inches apart. Now, depending on how big the growing habit is, different types of bush beans, and the packages will often tell how much room to allow. Different types of bush beans can grow across a bigger space, and if they are pretty vigorous, then you may want to thin them out even more, maybe up to 10 inches or 12 inches apart. We'll just plant these every 2 or 3 inches. We'll just pull over an inch and a half of dirt like we did with the squash seed. It doesn't take any more than that. Then we'll tamp it down with a hoe. Now we've got potatoes, squash, beans. We planted summer squash, that is. There are different varieties of squash as well. There are varieties of what's called winter squash, Hubbard squash, acorn squash, butternut squash. These kinds of squash take longer to grow and mature, and then they have hard shells on them that help to protect and keep them for a longer period of time. The summer squash is much more tender and succulent. The shell on it is very thin, and they are generally eaten soon after being harvested. The winter squash usually grow on a vine rather than in a bush like the summer squash do, a bush type of habit. And the winter squash will grow all season, and the squash are harvested at the end of the growing season, whereas in summer squash is harvested once they start coming on. They'll keep growing more and more squash, and you keep harvesting them as you see them ready, and they will keep bearing for a while as you use them. The winter squash can keep sometimes for several months through the winter when they are grown properly and then harvested in the fall. We just planted summer squash here. You need more space to grow winter squash because they're a vine type. In their growing habit, they can grow 8, 10, 15 feet. So one practice that many people use in growing winter squash is to plant some crop like corn, and then once the corn is starting to grow well, maybe 2 feet high or more, then they'll plant some seeds of winter squash in the cornfield and allow the winter squash to cover over the ground in between the corn plants. So that makes it possible to grow both crops there in the same area and utilize a lot of that space where the corn is not growing, but where the squash can spread out its vines. We'll plant another type of bean here. We planted some bush beans. We'll plant a bean here that is very well known, a bean that's been around for a long time. This is a pole bean called Kentucky Wonder Bean. And they grow a very nice looking bean, as you can see from the picture. They are a very vigorous plant. They produce a lot of beans. There have been times when I have grown Kentucky Wonder Beans, and in about a 12 or 15 foot section of bean row, I could harvest as much as 1 bushel of beans in a picking. We will plant some of these, and we will have to plan when we plant pole beans to be able to string them up. We want to provide some method of supporting them for the vines to grow, because they will be long vines. We have to allow enough room here again. These beans, you'll notice, are a different color than the others. The others were white. You can get beans that have red seeds, The Kentucky Wonder beans here are brown. You can also get beans that have black seeds. Some are speckled, some will be even red and white striped. There's quite a variety of different types of beans available. We'll plant these again about 2 to 3 inches apart. And it doesn't really make any difference whether the eye, you can see a little white spot on the top of the bean, that's the eye. That's where a sprout will start growing and make a root. Some people put the eye facing down, but the bean will grow any way that it's sitting in the ground. The sprout will start growing and the root will grow down because the sunlight shining down on the soil will help to orient the seed, and the magnetic influences going through the soil from magnetic north and other things such as the movement of moisture in the soil, all of those will influence the growth of the seed, and it will grow with the sprout going the proper way regardless of how the seed is oriented. Now again, we'll just cover this over with about 1 inch of dirt or so. And we'll tamp it down. Another thing we'd like to grow are some carrots. Carrots can be planted pretty early in the season. Usually on the back of seed packets you will find simple instructions such as here, where it will tell you the depth to plant the seeds and how far apart to space rows, and oftentimes it will tell you if you need to wait until after frost. So if you're unfamiliar or you haven't had any experience planting before, there are usually enough instructions to give you an idea to get started, and as you work with them you'll find out more and more different little tips and tricks that will help you to get the best results. Carrot seeds, as you can see, are much smaller than any of the seeds we've worked with so far. They're very, very tiny, so they don't have to be put very deep in the soil, and it's easy to get them too thick with these small seeds. We're going to make a little row and then we'll sprinkle them as thinly as we can, but we'll have to expect to thin them out when they come up. Now, since our last row here was pole beans, we need to leave enough room for their growth. And we'll come over a little ways, start with our carrots. Carrots will not take near as much room as beans will, so some of our next rows can be closer together where we're growing smaller items. One of the things to remember when you're laying out your garden is to plant things that are not as likely to shade other plants in one area, and the plants that are going to grow higher and produce more shade, oftentimes it's better to put them all together in one area since they all grow taller. Another thing that you can do is orient your rows where the sun can shine and get to more of the row where things are higher. So keeping those matters in mind is helpful when organizing where you're going to plant things. We don't want to end up planting, for instance, where the sun's going to be shining a certain direction, planting a row of corn or several rows of corn, and then plant something real low right behind it, so it'd be hard for it to get sun most of the time. We'd plant those short things in front. So here, where we are oriented with the south facing this way, and the sun is usually shining this direction, the way we're running our rows allows the sun to get into most of the rows, even though some of the rows are taller than others. And we'll plant more of our short things out here where they'll get a lot more sunshine as well. And we're going to start out with these small carrot seeds, and there's several ways we can do this. One way is to just use the package and jiggle the seeds as we go along, and you can see them falling out some. These you'll expect to plant them a lot thicker than what you're going to need, but that's all right, because when they come up you can thin them out. And you don't have to use all the seeds that are in a packet. You just use what you need. And if they don't all come up, or if something happens, an animal comes along and digs some of them up or eats the tops off, you can go back and reseed with some of the seeds that are left to fill in. Even though it's a little later, at least you can still take advantage of the soil nutrients you've put on and of the space in the garden, and you can still get things that you can use. They'll just come on a little later. We'll cover over our carrots now with just a little amount of dirt. Doesn't take much. We can't even see the seeds, but by faith we're covering them over. Then we'll tamp that down like we've done with the others. And we'll plant some peas. Now there are several different kinds of peas, just like the beans. Some peas grow with a growing habit that's like the bush type, and then some peas grow with a growing habit like the pole type. These peas that we're going to plant here, we will plant with the bush method. You can see how the peas look. Like the beans, the peas can either be eaten when they're young, tender, and fresh, or they can be allowed to grow until they get fully mature and dry, and then they can be shelled out and kept for use, soaking them and cooking them when they're ready to eat, or they can be kept for seed as well. So we'll plant these just like we did the beans, about every 2 or 3 inches. You can see that we get lots of opportunity to get in contact with the soil, which is good. We were made from the soil. The Bible tells us that man was made from the ground, and when we die we go back to the soil, and all between when our life begins and when our life ends, we're sustained by the things that come from the soil. So the more direct we have a contact with the soil, the more we find it benefits us physically, spiritually, and mentally. Now there's one other thing that we can do that will actually help in the growing of beans and peas. There is a product that is called soil inoculant. It has nitrogen-fixing bacteria in it. And this is just a powder with a medium, a culture that has been used to grow bacteria that specifically take nitrogen out of the air, and they will attach it to the roots of legume plants. And there are different types of these soil microbes or bacteria that are especially adapted to certain types of legume plants. So you can get inoculant that's especially for peas, that's especially for beans. You can get inoculant that's especially for other legumes such as vetch or clover. Sometimes you can buy an inoculant that is a mixture of different bacteria so that it can cover more of a variety of legumes, perhaps most of the legumes you might grow in your garden, different varieties of peas and beans. So you can take some of this inoculant, and there are different ways of using it. You can either sprinkle a little of it in the row, like we're going to do here, along with your seed. We'll just sprinkle a little bit out of the end of the container. You can see it's just a dark colored powder. You just sprinkle it in the row. Another method that can be used, and it will tell in the directions, ways that you can do it, is to moisten the seed with some water, then sprinkle an inoculant on the seed, and because they're moist it will stick to them. And then you can plant the seeds in the ground. But the idea is to get some of that inoculant in with the seeds, and that allows those bacteria to be able to take nitrogen out of the air and to attach it right onto the roots where the plants can use it. Now we're going to pack it down. All right, we're going to plant some peppers next. Some of these plants, such as peppers and tomatoes and eggplant, are more of a tropical type of plant in their origin. They love warm weather. They're very sensitive to cold weather. In fact, some of them do not even grow if it gets below 50 degrees. They're not killed, but they just stop growing. If it does get down to freezing, it is very likely to kill them. These kind of plants can get a head start and take more advantage of the growing season when it's warm by being started indoors in a small flat, a box that's low and maybe 16 inches long and 12 inches wide, or you can use different sizes of containers. Some people even start them just in a little pot or a pan. It's not so important that it be a certain size, but it needs to be something that the soil can stay moist in, but not wet. You don't want it to be saturated. It needs to duplicate as closely as possible the growing conditions that would be outside in good warm summer weather. By planting the seeds in a place like that several weeks before it's warm enough to plant them outside, they can be grown and get up big enough that they can be then transplanted outside as soon as the danger of frost is past. Or they can be planted, such as we're doing here, right directly in the ground, and the crop will come on a little later, as long as your growing season is long enough. The peppers that we have here are California Wonder Peppers. That's the variety. They actually turn red when they are ripe. And on the back we have instructions that tell us that the peppers can be started indoors 8 to 10 weeks before transplant time. They need to be kept warm, and then gradually they can be exposed to cooler temperatures to harden them up as they get closer to transplant time. But of course not to any temperatures that would be liable to freeze them. It takes about 75 days for these plants to mature fruit from the time that they are transplanted. We're going to plant these just directly in the ground here. Pepper plants need room to grow. They don't grow real tall, but they do spread out a little bit. They're again a bush type of plant in their growing habit. So we'll allow a couple feet here of room for the pepper plants from our bush peas. If you were observant, you may have noticed that we did not put any inoculant on the beans that we planted. We had put it on the peas. It's not essential to have inoculant on legume seeds in order for them to grow. In fact, if you have put some inoculant on the different types of legumes that you've grown in the past, once the bacteria are there in the soil, as long as you keep growing some of those types of legumes from time to time, those bacteria will keep multiplying, and as you have good healthy soil with plenty of organic matter, those bacteria can flourish and they will be there present whenever you plant those kind of legumes. So it really is only necessary to get those bacteria introduced into the soil, and then they will continue growing from year to year under good conditions. We will plant these pepper seeds, and they look a lot like tomato seeds. If you've eaten peppers or tomatoes, you've seen what the seeds look like. It doesn't take many, but we will plant them about 3 or 4 inches apart, and then we'll thin them out when they come up to about 12 to 14 inches apart. These are the kind of things that it's fun to grow, even if you're in a place where you have no outside ground that you can plant a garden in. You can just take a flower pot and mix up some soil mix with a small quantity of different elements that you can use, and you can plant a few seeds in it and start growing some pepper plants just like you'd grow a flower. It's exciting to be able to grow something that you can actually eat, even right in your window or on your front porch. And you can get some experience seeing what it's going to take to grow when you have the opportunity to have outside soil. And then it just takes a small amount of dirt over these seeds. About a ½ inch is sufficient. I'll tamp it down again. Unless you have a pretty good long growing season, most of the time you will get the best results if you do start these kind of plants in a seed bed in some kind of container indoors, and then transplant them outside after all danger of frost is past. But for the sake of demonstration, we're showing here what you can do even planting them in the ground. Now the rest of our bed that we have left here, we're going to plant our shortest things on. We have some spinach, some kale. You can plant different types of greens. We also have some radishes and some lettuce. We don't have enough room here in the area that we have been using to plant all the different varieties of things that could be planted. We would like to grow also cucumbers. We could grow several different varieties of squashes. We could grow different varieties of lettuce. You have leaf lettuce, you have Bibb lettuce, you have oak leaf lettuce, you have red lettuce, you have green lettuce, you have head lettuce. There are also many different varieties of greens. You can grow kale, you can grow collards, you can grow mustard greens. There are other types of things that can be grown. Kohlrabi. We could grow beets. We could grow onions, garlic. The principles of planting them are very similar. Some of them require some special attention to certain things, such as onions. If we are planting onions, generally you can buy or you can grow your own from seed. Small onions, they will be about the size, anywhere from the size of a dime up to the size of a quarter, and they're referred to as onion sets. You can start them from seed, starting them early, just like I described with the peppers, or as you would start tomatoes indoors. And then after they grow up from seed a little while, then you can transplant them outside. Onions need to be planted very shallow. You don't want to plant them deep. Unlike the potatoes, which need to be kept all under the ground, onions do the best if they're about halfway out of the ground. If they are growing right up at the surface of the ground, they will do the best. We didn't have room to plant all of them in here, but the principles will be the same. And a good gardening book, if you get a gardening manual or handbook, will oftentimes give you most of the special things that might be needed for specific types of plants that we didn't cover here. But we will plant some types of greens here. We'll plant some spinach. Spinach is a green that many people like to use both raw and cooked. Even without a gardening manual or instruction book, just using the simple instructions on the back of the seed packets will usually give you pretty good results. And we can make our rows a little closer with these smaller items. We'll leave some room for our peppers that we planted last to grow, and then we'll plant our rows closer after this. So row for spinach. Seeds of spinach and lettuce and things like that will be varying sizes. These seeds are just a little bigger than the carrot seeds were. We can plant these 2 or 3 inches apart. And as I mentioned before, if the seed is not fresh seed from the past season's growing time, if it's more than a year old, then you want to be sure to plant more thickly, because germination oftentimes is not as good. On the back of this growing packet, it says the seed should be spaced to about 4 inches, or the plants should be spaced at least 4 inches apart after they come up. So when the seeds germinate, they could be thinned out now after planting them a couple inches apart or thicker. And we'll plant some kale seed. Kale, you can see, has seeds that are smaller than the spinach. They're small and round. We can make our rows a little closer here with the greens and with the lettuce. We can't even just sprinkle them out of the end of the seed packet. They'll be pretty thick, but we can thin them out. There's several different little methods that people sometimes use with small seeds like this. I've known of people to mix them up with ashes. Just take like a cup full of ashes and put some of the seeds in, mix them up thoroughly, and that way they can sprinkle them down the row and they don't have the seeds as thick. Or they can be mixed with sand, something that's not going to be any bigger than the seeds. Will work for that, to thin out the amount of seeds that gets in the row. Then we'll plant some radishes. Now here, this might be a good place to suggest what can be done in a situation like back here earlier in the row. Let's just go back here to an earlier place in the row where we had real wide spaces. We had planted potatoes and then we planted squash. And we have quite a bit of space in here, and it's a shame to have this space just sitting here for a while these plants are getting developed. So we could plant something in here that grows very quickly and can be harvested and used while the other things are growing. That way we can take advantage of some of this space. So one thing we could do is to plant something like radishes or lettuce. Radishes and lettuce both will grow up very quickly. They're much faster in growing than the squash and some of those things. So we can plant a little extra in between these rows, and then by the time they start really developing, the squash, the potatoes, and the other things, we'll have already grown this little crop of lettuce and radishes and harvested it. Even some types of greens will grow very quickly, and we could grow a few of them in this extra space. So we'll just do that in here. We'll make a couple of small rows where we could plant lettuce and radishes. Radishes come up very quick. In fact, if you plant something that takes a long time to germinate, sometimes beets or parsnips or other root plants can take much longer to germinate. You can plant a few radishes in with them, and that helps you see where your row is while they're getting germinated and coming up. The radishes will come up way ahead of some of those types of plants. Here we can see the radish seeds look very similar to kale seeds. They're actually similar to broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cauliflower. You can't tell the seeds apart on a lot of those plants. They're actually in the same family. But we'll plant some radishes along this row. They're a little thick, but they can be thinned out to about 2 inches apart once they come up. And we'll put some lettuce. This is a variety of leaf lettuce called salad bowl, and it has both green and red lettuce mixed together in the seeds, so you get a variety that you can use in your salad. These seeds that we're planting here, even this lettuce, are open pollinated, or sometimes referred to as heirloom varieties. That means that when they go to seed, if you leave them in and allow them to grow long enough to go to seed, and then collect the seed, you can plant that seed next growing season and get the same type of plants, same varieties. We just cover these small seeds over with a small amount of soil, enough to cover them, and we'll tamp them down. So now we can get a little crop of radishes and a little crop of lettuce while the potatoes and squash are getting going, and then by the time they start filling out, these things will be done. And you can do that anywhere you have more open spaces while the slower growing things are developing. Now we have a couple more things here we'll plant. We could plant some more lettuce on this end. This type of lettuce is like halfway between a head and leaf lettuce. It's a thicker type of leaf and a deeper green, not quite as light and succulent. This is a variety called Grand Rapids. Looks like I planted lots of seeds in a row. Spread these seeds out in the row here. Bottom opened up on the seed packet and we got more seeds than we needed, but that's all right. We can just spread them out, and when they come up, we'll thin them out to the best looking plants. Now we want to plant some beets. There are several different types of beets that are standard beets for growing and that are open pollinated varieties. The most common and popular variety is Detroit red, dark red beet. This kind that I have here is a cylindrical beet. Rather than being more round like a ball, it's a little more cylindrical shaped. But the growing pattern is pretty much the same, and the requirements. The beets are good both for the tops and bottoms to be used, so that's an excellent plant. They're very nutritious. The tops can be used for greens. They're a good source of iron and other nutrients, and then the bottoms also are a very good source of nutrients. Beet seeds are rather unique in that one seed actually can grow several plants. So we will plant a few of these beet seeds. Basically, we can plant one beet seed. We must make our row first. We can plant one beet seed at each place where we want to grow a beet. And we can plant a few in between and then thin them out. Beets don't take near as much room as something like cabbage, peas, or even broccoli. We'll plant these about 2 to 3 inches apart. Whenever they are thinned, about 3 to 4 inches apart works good for beets. And then we'll tamp it down again. Now we have room for one more row of something here, and we'll plant a row of turnips. Turnips are not as much of what you might consider a staple item, but since we just have a little space left, that's one of the seed packets we have, and we can plant a few. Turnips are a good item actually to plant in the latter part of the summer, along in end of July or through the earlier middle part of August, even up to the beginning of September. Turnips can grow into the winter, and they can be harvested and used even after frost and cold weather have set in. Turnip seed are kind of like radish and kale seed, but even much smaller. You can see how small they are. So it doesn't take much to get quite a few in the row. It only takes a little effort to get a pretty liberal sprinkling. And they too can be thinned out to 2 or 3 inches apart when they come up. Or if you want to grow them just largely for greens, you can leave them thicker and just cut the tops as you harvest for greens. Some people grow both with beets and turnips. They will grow them and allow them to grow thicker. Then they'll cut out the ones that they would thin out, and they'll use the tops for greens, and then the ones they leave are the ones that they grow for roots. So there are different ways of doing it depending on what you want to use off of the plant. And that completes our seed planting in this bed. There are several things that we didn't plant in here that I would consider staple items. One was tomatoes, another was sweet corn. We will demonstrate planting and growing some of those in another demonstration here, but we don't have room in this bed with the things we planted. So you can see that you could focus just on some staple items, but we have also planted some additional items in here. Depending on what your room is and how many beds you have, you can organize which things will be most important for you to plant. And you may wish to start out with the things that would be easy and quick, and then as you develop confidence and experience, you can keep expanding. Now the last step, after we've planted things, we want to water it, unless it looks like it's going to rain or there's a pretty high likelihood of getting rain by this evening or tonight. We're going to water these seeds so there's moisture both for the microbe activity and for helping the seeds to germinate. They need moisture in order to germinate. A spray wand like we have here is ideal for being able to water without having a heavy stream in one place. There are different levels of quality of these available, and it's best to pay a little more and get a good quality one. This one here has the place to screw on to the end of a garden hose on one end, and it has a head that screws easily on and off. The head is a good solid aluminum head and has a portion in the middle where the holes are for the water to come out that's securely fastened in. Some of the spray wands that you get will have a plastic head and a lightweight metal center that can break or come apart easily. So it's better to get one that will hold up for your needs and be of good service for a long time. This particular variety here is Dramm, D-R-A-M-M. So we're going to fasten this on here and turn on the water to water this bed. It's very important to have a water supply available. We have put in a yard hydrant here that enables us to hook right to it and water our beds very conveniently. We can be right here by the bed and we can turn on the water to the amount that we need. It's just a gentle stream. Soaks in good. That will help those seeds to sprout and help the microbes to work. Have to wait till we get the air out of the line. Will also help some of the plant food amendments that we put on to start dissolving and become available as the seeds germinate and the roots start growing. We'll just go quickly back over it and soak a little more water in. So that completes our preparation, planting, and watering of this seed bed. And now we're ready to trust in the Lord to do His part to help the seed to germinate, and it will be exciting to see when the plants start coming through the ground. We talked about how to plant seeds in your bed or in your garden and the different types of seeds. We also talked about starting some plants earlier from seeds indoors. If you either start some plants indoors or if you buy some plants from a nursery or a greenhouse that have been started indoors and you're going to prepare to plant them in your bed or your garden, then you will want to be able to use the proper techniques for transplanting them and get the best success. So we're going to demonstrate here the mix that will give you a good transplanting solution you can use to water those plants as you transplant. And we'll demonstrate transplanting a tomato plant. The technique is pretty much similar whether it's peppers, tomatoes, cabbage, or other types of plants. This solution can even be used for transplanting fruit trees and bushes, blueberries, strawberries, apple trees, other things like that. You will find a more detailed list of ingredients you can use in some of the different areas of transplanting and feeding plants in the book Nourishment Homegrown. We have some of those formulas listed in the resource sections. There are several major ingredients that we want to be sure to include in the transplant solution. Water, of course, is the main ingredient because we're supplying moisture, which the plants need very much when they are transplanted. We're also going to be using blackstrap molasses, some rock phosphate, and also some kelp liquid. If we have it available, we'll use some calcium nitrate, and there are some other things that you can use if they're available, but those are the main things you want to be sure to be able to put in, even if you can't get other things that are used in minute quantities. So we're going to mix up a little solution here that we can use for transplanting. We'll get a can, and I have here some water to which molasses has already been added. If you are just starting out with water and you have some feed-grade blackstrap molasses, then you would have mostly water, and you can add a little bit of blackstrap molasses. We will mix up about a gallon of water and 1 or 2 tablespoons, anywhere from 1 to 2 tablespoons to a quarter of a cup of blackstrap molasses is an ample amount. Then we'll use about 1 tablespoon of kelp liquid, and we'll use just a few grains of calcium nitrate, and we'll mix that up well. And also we'll put in some rock phosphate. The rock phosphate that we're going to use is Tennessee brown rock phosphate. There are several different varieties of rock phosphate available. Some of it is colloidal phosphate with clay, or labeled in different ways, and you can use it all similarly. So we'll put some water in our gallon can here, and this has already had some molasses mixed in with it. We'll put just a little bit of kelp liquid. I'm going to estimate about a tablespoon or so. Doesn't take much. And then we'll get a little of the brown rock phosphate. We'll put about a handful in for a gallon of water. The phosphate is very important in a transplant solution because it encourages good root growth on the plants. It really helps to stimulate the growth of the plants. Now we're going to take this transplant solution. We'll want to stir it up a little bit, but we're going to prepare a place to put a tomato plant. As I mentioned, we want to stir this up well. One way that we can do that is by pouring it back and forth from one container to another. As you can see, the phosphate will tend to settle to the bottom, which means that we have to agitate or stir it up just when we're ready to pour some out for transplanting, to get as much of that stirred in as we can. Of course, we could stir it with a stick too. So now we've stirred this up some. We have a tomato plant here that we've dug up. We're going to make a little hole here beside where we have some other tomato plants. Those were transplanted last week or about a week ago. Now we'll fix up our hole here. sit our tomato plant in slightly lower than where it was when we took it out. We'll stir up some of this water again. And we'll water the plant thoroughly with it. Now we can put the dirt back in around it. We didn't add calcium nitrate in this particular solution here, but if we had had that there to add in, we'd have just put in just a little bit, like a couple pinches with our fingers for a gallon can. But the main things are provided if you can put the kelp liquid, the molasses, and the rock phosphate. And then if you have the other things, you can use them even, as I was mentioning, it's described in the formulas, which we provide in the resource or the section at the end of the DVD, or in the booklet Nourishment Homegrown by Alexander Badeau, which we also refer to. We want to take a look at what some of the plants are going to look like that we've planted. Here in this bed and in another bed we have some of the young plants that are just coming up, and you will see how they look. Some of the plants have leaves that appear when they first come up that are not what are called true leaves. They're not permanent leaves. They're just the initial introductory leaves that first show when the seedling comes through the ground, and then the true leaves start developing on the plant. So you want to learn to recognize those as the seeds germinate and come up through the ground, so that when you weed, you don't pull up the plants that you want to keep, and you can know which ones you're wanting to keep. Here in this bed, you can see what young tomato plants look like. This is a tomato plant right here. Pepper plants will look somewhat similar when they come up. They're in the same family. And we have here the first two leaves are the long narrow ones coming out each side, and then the true leaves are the ones that are showing up here closer to the middle. As the plant keeps growing and developing, it will begin looking like this. We have more true leaves developing. Here we still have the first leaves that came up. And as it keeps growing and getting taller, there will be more and more leaves that look like these leaves here, the true leaves. Now over here we have a young potato plant as it first is coming up. We'll hoe a few of these weeds around it, or rake up the ground with this little hand fork. This is the way a potato plant looks when it first comes up, and then as it gets bigger it will begin looking like this. That will help you recognize your potato plants. And then all these other little plants around are the weeds that we want to get rid of. And they're much easier to get rid of when they're real small like this. A little stirring of the ground and cultivating, pulling out any that seem to have long roots still stuck in the ground. will help to get rid of them. If the sun shines on this for a few hours and dries the ground out after we've stirred it up with these little weeds, most of them will just wilt and die. Now after the potatoes get just a little taller than this, when they're up 6 or 8 inches tall, then it's possible to come through with a hoe and hoe the dirt up around them a little bit. Just like this. And after another week or two, when more of the little weeds sprout, we can come through and hoe again and hoe dirt up. The plants will be up another 6 or 8 inches or taller. They'll grow pretty fast at this stage if the weather warms up some. And we can hoe some dirt up again. And then later we can collect grass clippings or old hay or something we can use as mulch and put that along and pull it right up under the leaves next to the stalks of the plants. And that will basically crowd out and cover over any weeds that might try to grow, and the potatoes will really do nicely. Now we want to take a look at some of the other seedlings as they're emerging and see what they look like. We're going to start in with some of the seedlings that are coming up here at the end of this bed. It's pretty easy to see where the plants are coming up in a row. We also have some weeds. It happened that there was a tomato vine that left some tomatoes that had rotted here in this area, so we even have some tomato seeds that sprouted and are coming up. You can recognize these little tomato plants, but we don't want to grow tomatoes here, so we're going to take them out. We want to try to keep things clean and allow the plants that we have planted here to be the ones to utilize the nutrition available as much as possible. We'll hoe in between here. With this little fork and try to uproot and loosen some of these little weeds. And they'll dry up and wither away. These 2 rows that we have coming up here are turnips. This is what your turnips will look like. Most of the plants in the cole family, which includes cabbage and broccoli, cauliflower, kohlrabi, turnips, radishes, kale, collards, most all of those plants look very similar when they come up. There's a little bit of difference in some of them. But the first leaves that come up, which are not the true leaves, but are the first leaves, will look like this. This is a small version here. And then we have over here one that's a little larger. You can see how there's 2 leaves when it first comes up that look like this. And on all these plants, here again, you see the first leaves that have appeared are these leaves that look a little bit heart-shaped. Then the true leaves start growing as the plant keeps developing, and we can see the true leaves here, the bigger ones. Now, as we mentioned in the part where we were planting the seeds, we plant a little thicker than we expect to end up with when we're growing through the season, and we're expecting to thin them out some. So we're going to do that here as well. We want to pick the plants that look big and healthy as nearly as possible, that are spaced out, and pull the other ones out. So here we have a pretty good sized plant, and we have some right close by, a little smaller. We're going to pull them out. We want to leave a turnip plant about every 3 or 4 inches. We have some here. We'll try to thin them out. Here we have a space without many except one little one. What we may do is leave two that are a little closer together than we want. Or we could leave this smaller one, but it looks kind of weak, so I'm going to pull it out and just leave these two. They can grow toward this space some. Then we have one here. It looks like we're pulling a lot of them out, but as they have the room to grow, they will fill this space out very quickly. Turnips can grow to be 4 or 5 inches or even bigger in diameter if you let them grow long enough and if the season lasts long enough. Here we have one that's a bigger one in between two that are spaced more where we want them. So we'll probably just pull this bigger one out so we can keep better spacing. Then here on this next row, we'll thin it as well. You can see in some places the plants are pretty thick. It's very important to thin them so that they can have the room to grow and the nutrients they need. Thin the rest of these out here, and that will complete the row then. These little garden forks are very handy and can help you work quickly if the weeds are pretty small. If you let them grow till they're up 2 or 3 inches tall, the roots have also grown down quite a ways. And even if you pull the tops off, a lot of times the roots are well established sufficiently so that it will just grow a sprout out and start growing back. But when they're at this stage of development, they're so small that just a little bit of stirring the ground will uproot the whole weed, and the ground surface will dry out from the sun shining on it for just a little while, and the roots dry up and the plant withers and dies. It's much easier to keep things weeded working when the weeds are at a very small stage. It's the same with habits in our lives. If we allow a habit that's not a desirable habit to start getting developed and take root, the longer it's there, the harder it is to get it eliminated. It's better to nip those kind of habits right in the bud before they can develop and take much root. I like to think about the parallels in working with the soil and working with our hearts. Our hearts are like a type of soil, and we can be developing the kind of fruit that will be pleasing and helpful and serve a good need. One of the important things that we see so much in nature is that many things are performing a service. And that's the way we want to be in our lives also. We want to be doing service to meet the needs of people around us. These plants are doing a service in more ways than one. One of the things that they're doing a service in is they are taking carbon dioxide and other things from the air. They're taking sunshine, but then they're using those to make leaves and to put off oxygen and to grow the plant. So in our bodies, as we breathe, we are producing wastes and breathing out carbon dioxide. And then the plants are taking that carbon dioxide in and they are transforming the carbons into things in their tissues that they can use for nutrition. And in the process, they're putting oxygen back out in the air, and then we have that oxygen to use. They also are providing things that we can eat. The fruits and the vegetables that grow are a service to man that the plants are performing. So we want to learn the lessons of service as we work in the garden. Here we have some tomato plants that have grown up now for several weeks, and you can see how the true leaves have been forming and developing and have grown into branches as the tomatoes are growing. You can see them growing up. Many times when you transplant a plant, there will be some shock of that plant, just as this tomato that we just planted. It is wilted over some, but the watering that we gave it will be quite a boost to it, and as through the next several days it starts getting established, it will perk up and grow, and it will hardly be noticeable that it ever went through any shock in getting it transplanted. Now let's take a look at several of the other plants that we have in here so we can see how they look when they're small and coming up. Most of the plants that we have through this area right here are going to look very similar to the turnips we had at the end because they are in the same family, broccoli and kohlrabi and some other things like that. Here we have a rather unique plant with long, slender leaves as the first ones that appear when it germinates and comes out of the ground, and then the true leaves are more round. This is spinach. The spinach will have these long, narrow leaves when it first comes up, and they're pretty easy to distinguish from the little types of grass and weeds that might come up in the bed. We have a couple rows of spinach here, and we can clean out around it a little bit. And if it's too thick, we can thin it. Sometimes, even if you plant the seeds reasonably thick, there may be some places where germination is not as good and you'll have a longer space. If you have more seeds and it's not too late in the season, you can plant in those longer spaces and just have several stages of the spinach or the plants that you're growing, developing. Now next to the spinach here we have something else growing. It also is fairly easy to identify. It has a telltale red tinge in it. These are beets. This is the way the beets look when they first come up, and these are the first leaves. The next leaves that grow look a lot like the first leaves. The true leaves look similar, but you can see how the beets look, and they have the telltale red hue, which makes it very easy to identify them. We want to keep weeding and cleaning out around them so they can have more room to fill out and get nutrients. Sometimes people will notice after cultivating a little bit that the plants really seem to make a spurt of growth. You may have noticed as I'm working here with the little garden fork, there's almost kind of a crust on top of the ground. After it rains several times, the little crust can form on the top of the ground, and when you're working it will start breaking up. But as you break that little crust and open up the soil down an inch or two, you're actually putting air. You're opening up the ground to get more air in again. And when the air can get in there, the microbes get a new spurt of activity with the additional oxygen available. And as the microbes work, they break down some of the minerals and elements in the soil and make them available for the plants. So you can see a spurt of growth oftentimes in a field or in a crop where you do some cultivation after you've had some hard rains that have crusted the soil over on top. When you are fixing a bed, it's nice to have a bed that you can work in from one or both sides. 4 feet is about the maximum amount that you can really work in comfortably. As you can see in this bed, it's not hard to reach to the middle from one side, and then it's easy to go around and work from the other side. Some people make beds even in a narrower dimension, maybe about 1.5 feet, about 18 inches wide. It's very easy to work that kind of a bed just from one side. Here we see some of the beets that are growing pretty well. They need thinning. If you're growing the beets primarily to get greens from, or to get greens from initially for a little while, you can leave them growing thicker and then cut off the ones you want for greens and thin them that way. Just leave the ones that are in the right places to grow for the root growth. We'll go ahead and thin these out for root growth. Here we have one of the fastest growing of the little plants that you can grow in your garden. As you can see, these have grown about as fast as any of the plants that are just coming up in this little bed. They will grow pretty rapidly and form little roots that you can eat. You can put them in your salad. These are radishes. You can see how the bottom of the stem is bright red, and the radish will form just down under the surface of the ground. And when they get to be about the size, a little bigger than the size of a quarter, they're just at a good stage to pull up and eat. We can leave these pretty thick and then just thin them by pulling them up and eating them as they are growing. Now down here on this end of the bed, or this part of the bed, we have some carrots that are coming up. Here you can see the carrots. The first leaves are very slender, and they're also long. The true leaves will appear in the middle as they grow, and they actually are more like a fern type leaf than a regular leaf. But you can see the The little carrots coming up here in many places. We also want to thin them out. Some of them are so small it may be a little difficult, and we may have to come back a little later to thin them out adequately, but about 2 inches apart would be fine. Just pinch off the ones you don't need. Here's the way the carrots will look after they get bigger. These are some older carrot plants that have been growing a little longer. As the new leaves form, the true leaves, and start developing, they will develop on long stems like this. You can see the fern type appearance of the carrot. These are carrots that are further along, and they will keep growing. They can grow on into even the winter if they're mulched a little bit with some leaves or old hay between them, enough to keep the ground from freezing. They can survive for quite a while in fairly cold weather. And if they have been planted early enough in the year, anytime through the latter part of the summer, mid to latter part of the summer, from July on, you can plant carrot seeds and they will grow up and develop their carrots, and then they can even still do some growing after frost takes place, but they will survive well and can hold up. You can just go out and lift up the mulch and pull up some carrots and have fresh carrots even when you have snow on the ground. Here we have a stray plant that's growing. It looks like it might be a cucumber or a cantaloupe of some kind. This is the way the plants will look if you plant cucumbers, squash, and cantaloupes. The first leaves will be round like that, and then the true leaves will start developing that look a little different. Over here is one that's a little further progressed. These have come up from stray seeds, but even though they're volunteer plants, it's a good illustration of what to look for if you've planted some melon-type seeds, cucumbers, watermelon, cantaloupes. Most all of them have this kind of leaf when they first come up, and then they will start developing true leaves. The leaves may vary that are the true leaves depending on what it is. Watermelon leaves have more of a broken design around the contour of the leaf. The cantaloupe and cucumber leaves are more solid. But that will help you to identify some of those plants. We don't have bean plants and corn plants to show you what they will look like, but we can furnish pictures of them in the resource section so you can see what they will look like when they first come up. Sometimes it's easy to confuse corn plants with grass that's growing. Some of the grass growing in this bed here has an appearance that's a little bit like corn. You can see these grass blades here with a long slender blade coming up in the middle and then the wider blade sticking out. Corn is somewhat similar, but there is enough difference that you can distinguish and pull up the grass so that your corn will have more opportunity to grow and use the nutrients it needs. So that gives us an idea of what the plants are going to look like as they're growing. One more that we can show here. These are the way that the cabbage plants and also broccoli and cauliflower will look as they get bigger. We've seen what those kind of plants look like when they first come up. Then as they grow, we can see here what the leaves look like as they grow bigger and fill out. I'll demonstrate just a couple other tools that can be used for your work as you're cultivating and getting the weeds out in the bed. One tool that's useful is like a bigger version of the little hand garden fork. You can see the curved tines on the end. This has a longer handle like a shovel or hoe handle. A tool like this makes it easy to reach all the way across the bed and rake through the ground, loosening it up and pulling up weeds and roots. Then another tool that you can get looks almost like a stirrup in a horse saddle. It has a flat section on the bottom, and it's just a oval-shaped tool with a handle on it. But this is like a blade that will work both ways. You can just run it back and forth in the soil, and it'll go right along under the surface and loosen up the soil, as well as pull up little weeds and break off roots. It goes real fast, as you can see. In a larger section or row, you can just work along and really go at quite a clip down the row. After cultivating it, it looks much better, seeing the little weeds out and seeing the contrast of the plants that are growing with the darkness of the soil. And of course, after finishing up on one side of the bed, we'll want to go around and finish up from the other side till it's all done. When you're growing things that need to be able to climb up strings or poles or some kind of a trellis work, then being able to construct a frame or have some type of a cage that can be used will be very helpful. Here we're going to demonstrate how you would be able to make a simple frame that you can tie up tomatoes and support them and be able to keep the fruit from being down on the ground. That's one of the main reasons for being able to trellis something and enable it to be up in the air. Beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, these are examples of different types of garden vegetables that would be conducive to being trained up a trellis or climbing network. We're going to fix some pieces of wood that we can use to form our support system. We have here just some scraps of wood. You can use pieces of pipe or anything that will be sturdy and able to hold up some weight. We're going to cut these long enough to be able to drive them in the ground to make them sturdy, and then we want them to be able to be up about 5 feet tall. So we want them to be at least 6 feet tall so we can drive them in the ground a foot or so, or even a little taller. So we'll just cut this a little bit, and we'll make both of our stakes the same length. A bow saw like this can be purchased from most hardware stores or building supply stores. They come in different sizes. You can get a smaller one, and not only can you purchase the bow saw, but you can also get extra blades. With a little experience and expertise, you can get the right kind of files and things to be able to sharpen the blades and keep them sharp when they get dull as well. But this is very handy, especially just for simple jobs that you can do by hand. Now we want to also make a little point on the end if there's a likelihood it might be a little hard to drive them into the ground. Now we have our two stakes with point on the end, and we have the tops fairly flat and even. Put one of these on this end. I'll put one on this end. Then we'll put a piece across the top. As I mentioned, there are many ways of fixing up a support system. This is a very simple way with little strips and scraps of wood. You can use pieces of metal pipe, electric conduit that's metal. You could even use plastic PVC pipe if it's a short distance or if you have enough support in the piping system that you're using. But you can use a lot of ingenuity and come up with different ways. A heavier stake can be used. Here in our area we have locust trees that we can split and make stakes such as would be used in a barbed wire fence. And for longer rows of tomatoes or beans, we will put those kind of stakes in, sharpen the point on them with a chainsaw or an axe, and then drive them in with a 10 or 12-pound sledgehammer. And we can put those about every 10 or 12 feet down the row, put in an end post on the end with a post hole digger that we use to dig the hole, which we'll demonstrate a little later. And we can then put a wire along the top and staple it on all the way from one end of the row to the other. Then the method of stringing them up will be the same whether it's in a row like that or in a small trellis framework like this. To string them up, we will use these strings that have come from bales of hay. If there are farmers around in your area that put up baled hay, you can oftentimes get these strings from them where they have been feeding their hay to the cattle and they take the bales apart. If you can't find anybody that has old baling strings from baled hay, you can buy twine at a farm supply or hardware shop and use that. It's preferable to use string that will decompose rather than something like nylon string or some type of plastic twine, because those end up being hard to gather back up and they don't decompose in the soil. So something that will rot and decompose after you've used it a year is much more convenient. You don't have to worry about trying to gather them all back up and untangle them from the vines or weeds or other things. Now there are many ways. If the baling strings have not been cut, you can use a pocket knife, you can use scissors or any kind of a cutting utensil. Here's a quick way. If you just have an edge on something that's metal, and then you have a hammer, that's an easy way to cut the string. So you can use whatever's at hand. Now we're going to tie this string along the bottom. There are two ways of doing this. We can tie a string along the bottom, such as I'm doing here, or we can just eliminate the string on the bottom and still put in vertical strings to support the tomato plants. But this is the way that I like to do it here. Now we're going to tie the vertical string for supporting the plant just with a simple loop on the bottom. And then we'll tie it on the top, and we want to allow just a little slack. If we pull it up snug, every string we tie is going to keep pulling the bottom string up more. So we leave a little slack, and then we just tie a very simple loop here as well that's easy to pull apart. We have a bow on the top, and we can just pull this when we want to come along and untie, and it makes it very easy to retie and allow enough string for the growing vine where it may be needed. If you are growing string beans, then you can put the strings about 6 inches apart just uniformly all the way along, and the string beans will naturally climb up the strings. Beans that are the runner type. Tomato vines and also cucumber vines do not naturally climb a string such as pole beans or string beans will. So we need to come back along and train them up the vines, and it's best to do that about once a week with cucumbers and tomatoes. You can notice how all of these strings have a little bit of slack on them, so that avoids as much likelihood of pulling the string up as high on the bottom. And here's what we want to do as we come back now. Each week we'll just loosen this loop on the top. Then we want to run the string around the vine, however much growth has taken place since the previous time that we strung it up. Just loosely, not real tight. And then we'll retie this string again up at the top. When the plant is small, it will be possible to leave the string fairly loose like this. As the plant grows, and especially as tomatoes start forming, they of course are going to develop weight. And as more and more tomatoes develop, the weight of the plant will pull more and more, so your string will not look loose anymore, even though you may allow some slack as you're tying it up. You're going to have to support the weight of that tomato when you pull the string. So you want to evaluate where you're supporting the tomato but not pulling hard on it. And then hold your string right there, and as you tie again, you can keep it in that place while you're holding the string and pull the loop tight, and then the string will help to support the tomato. This allows air to go through, it allows the sun to shine on the plant. It really helps to diminish the amount of likelihood of disease developing quickly on the plant. It keeps the tomatoes off of the ground so they don't rot as easily. It also makes it harder for animals such as turtles who love to eat tomatoes to reach them, unless they're the first tomatoes at the very bottom. So beans, tomatoes, cucumbers, these are the kind of things that are very well adapted to training up a string or a trellis work. As the tomatoes grow, then we will be able to string them up. We can spray them with foliar spray or prune them as well. I want to show what is necessary to prune when stringing tomatoes like this especially. It helps to put more of the energy of the plant into the production of fruit with the necessary foliage, but not more than is needed. If the tomatoes are not pruned, the plants are not pruned, then the tomato will keep expanding more and more and putting lots of its energy into foliage production. And you may have more number of fruit ultimately, but the fruit will be smaller. If you want to get the maximum number of larger fruits and the most energy into the fruits that you grow, then pruning the tomatoes is important. And when we're pruning the tomatoes, what we're pruning out is what's called a sucker. If you look closely at a tomato plant, you will notice there's a branch that will grow out from the main stalk of the tomato plant. And between the branch and the stem or stalk, there will be a little sucker that comes out right in the middle. And you want to pinch those off when they're just very small. If they are allowed to grow, they will grow rapidly and they will become like another stalk of the tomato till it has many, many stalks growing and grows in many directions. But by pinching these little suckers out, but leaving only the tip that's growing at the top, you want to be sure not to pinch that off. Don't mistake that for a sucker. Now let's go to this plant. Here we have a little branch that has withered up. We can take that off and discard it. Here we have a very small sucker. You can see the sucker. Here's the branch of leaves. Here's the tomato stalk. There's a little sucker coming out right here. Very small, but it's easy to pinch it off now, and then more of the energy will go into the plant and into blossoms that will develop and into the fruit that is produced. Now here's another sucker. This one here is much bigger. We'll pinch that off. And now we're leaving the growing tip. We want to be sure not to pinch the growing tip off. And as the plant grows, we can keep winding the string around the stem and support the plant that way. Here we have a growing, or a sucker that barely can be seen, it's so small. Just a little tip, and we can pinch it off at that stage even. If we come back and do that every week, that will allow the most energy to go into the growth of the plant. Here we have little blossom buds that are just starting to form, and this will help send more energy into those blossom buds rather than into trying to expand the foliage of the plant in the suckers. Now there is an exception to this pruning practice that I described, and that is if the tomato variety is what's called a determinate variety. There are two types of tomato growing habits in the varieties of tomatoes. One type is called determinate, the other kind is called indeterminate. The tomatoes that we're illustrating with here are indeterminate. Indeterminate means that it has a growing tip that will just keep growing as long as the conditions are conducive to growth. The determinate type of tomatoes will grow a little ways and then there's no more growing tip. It's important to leave a sucker or two to form the new growing tip, and it will grow a little ways and then it will do what tomato growers call topping out. That means that the top quits growing and there's no growing tip. So it's important to determine whether you have the determinate variety or the indeterminate variety of tomatoes when you are stringing them up this way. I favor the indeterminate type of tomatoes because they can grow much taller than they can be trained with a string this way. The determinate varieties of tomatoes must be growing more with a caging network of trellis because they do not grow as tall, and it's not conducive to train them up a string like this. If you do grow a determinate variety of tomatoes, then the best thing to do is to put in stakes that are about 3 feet tall and run your strings horizontally rather than vertically. Just every 6 inches or so, you can keep tying strings back and forth to hold the tomatoes in. But you must be sure to allow 1 or 2 suckers to grow out before the plant tops out or the growing tip is not there anymore. There's more than one way to string up or stake tomatoes for supporting them so they're not down on the ground. Stringing up or staking tomatoes enables them to not be as likely to rot on the bottom from being close to moisture. We have here in this bed one way of stringing them up. We've strung them up just using strings on the bottom. Then another way of stringing them up, if there's no strings, is to use a stake, put it in close to each tomato plant, put it in deep enough to provide stable support, and then just use baling string or narrow strips of cloth, pieces of rag, and loosely tie the plant over close to the stake. And do this periodically. Probably once a week would be adequate. And just keep tying it close to the stake as it grows up, using the proper pruning and training techniques. Another method that some people favor, a wire cage, and they come in different sizes, varieties, and styles, but here's one example. And when the plant is small, it's possible to put the cage right over the plant very easily and fasten the wire cage down in the ground. This is a style of support that people who use the determinate type of tomatoes oftentimes like to use, because they grow up about 2 to 3 feet tall, such as the size of this wire cage, and they bush out a little more. They don't grow with a growing tip continuously like the indeterminate variety of tomatoes. So these are 3 different methods of trellising or supporting tomatoes to keep them off the ground, make them easier to pick, helps to let the air go through the plants and diminish the likelihood of disease and funguses. Some crops you may want to grow in a field in a larger quantity than you would grow in a small bed. And so we're going to demonstrate here how to plant a field crop. And the same principles are true as you would use in your bed as far as evaluating the needs of the soil. You want to give attention to your organic matter. It's important to add organic matter every year. Add organic matter as you can, whether it's from mulch you use or whether it's from compost or different things that you could get digging up rich dirt under the leaves from the forest floor. There are many ways you can get organic matter, and you want to keep adding the organic matter to your soil. Manures, horse manure or chicken manure, or things like that that you can add in the fall will also help build up organic matter. Then we want to give attention to calcium, phosphorus, the other needs. If you have a soil test report available, then you can utilize that information. So after you've done that preparation, then you're ready, as you've prepared the field, to be able to plant your seed. So that's what we're going to do next. Now the first thing we want to do is to try to make as straight a row as we can. So we're going to put in a little stick here on this end. We can use a rock that's close by, that's handy. And then we'll figure where we want to put the other end of the row, and we'll go put a stick in there. Now we have both of our ends marked, and we can use a hoe to make the row. And in order to get it straight, what we need to do is mark a few places along the row where we can gauge the direction we're going with our hoe. So what we're going to do is I'm going to sight down along where I can imagine the row will be, because I can see the stake at the other end, and I'm going to pick out something that I can see that looks like it's right in that row. I see a little weed stalk down here that's right about right, and I can make a mark there. Or I can even put a couple rocks there to mark where it is, and then I can look down along the row again, and I see something else I can mark. You can use a string and make a nice straight row, but a string is a little more likely to get tangled up trying to move it from one place to the next, so this has worked pretty good for me. And I can put in a couple rocks again to mark it. And then as I look down along the row, if I need to adjust them a little bit, I can. Then I can go and make a few more marks in between those places. And I can see about where the middle is more quickly now as I make my marks. Then I'm going to take one more look down the row and everything looks pretty straight. Now I can just go along and go from one mark to the next. Now you can see we've got the row going fairly straight as we go along. We can just keep going from mark to mark. Now our row is ready for the next step. But before we do more in this row, we want to mark where our next row is going to be. So what we'll do is, I like to use a hoe handle, and if I'm planting field corn, which is one of the crops we grow in a field like this, I like to measure off maybe about 4 feet for the distance between our rows. And I can make a little mark on the handle of the hoe, or even a little notch, so I can have it there every time I use it. Maybe a notch at 3 feet, at 4 feet, and that way wherever I need to measure for a row, I can just use the hoe. So we'll measure over here about the right distance. We'll make a little mark, and then we can move our stake. And we can put it in for our next row. Now I'm going to demonstrate another method for making a row, and this is using a little wheel cultivator, or some people call it a wheel hoe, depends on what attachment you have on it. But I can line up with the stake on the other end, and using the little point on the bottom of this wheel cultivator, I can aim toward that stake and go along . Then I can look back along the row, and if there's anything that looks like it's not quite straight, I can straighten it up as I go back. Run through the row again. And that gives us another row that we can use, and we can just keep measuring over and making our rows using these kind of methods. Now the next step that we want to carry out is to put any kind of plant food amendments that we want to be close to the seeds when we plant the seeds. One of the things I like to use when I'm planting is kelp meal. Sprinkle a little kelp meal in to help feed the seeds as they're growing. So I'm going to get a little kelp meal and we'll put that in now. And the kelp meal I just put in lightly, sprinkling a little bit along. Maybe a handful here goes 6 or 8 feet. And if there's any other amendments that need to go in, those can go in too. Then we can either use our hoe, or we can use our little wheel cultivator, either one. We want to just go down the row and stir that in a little bit and clean out any rocks or other things that might be in the way in the row for planting our seeds. Now we can also stir in our amendments and kelp meal or anything we wanted to put on to be where the plants will get it when they start growing, when the seeds germinate. We can stir it in with our wheel cultivator also. Now we're going to plant some corn here in these rows. This is red open pollinated field corn. The field corn we will allow to grow all the way to maturity and then allow it to dry out and harvest it and shell the ears so that we can keep the kernels. We can grind this into meal or use it for cooking, baking, and different things. This corn is open pollinated, meaning that we can plant it from year to year. We can keep the seed and it will grow the same variety. Because this corn grows tall and requires extra room, more than some of the other plants, we will space it apart and we'll put about 2 seeds every 16 inches. Now that we've got our corn planted, we need to cover it over, and we can use the hoe for that. Our rule of thumb is approximately 3 times the diameter of the seed. So about 1 inch to 1.5 inches works good for the corn. We can just rake a little bit in from one side here. Then we want to tamp it down. That helps keep it moist so it'll sprout faster. We can either tamp it with a hoe, or I like to just walk along 1 foot in front of the other, pack it down. That helps keep moisture there around the seeds and helps them sprout better. Now, it may be that you're in a situation where the climate is a dry climate, or maybe it has been dry and it doesn't look like you may get rain right away, and you want to try to help the seeds sprout as quickly as possible. And something that you can do is to put water in with the seeds and then cover them over. I'll get some water and demonstrate how that can be done. Now, what we want to do is just put enough water in to be able to saturate the ground good where the seeds are. We don't want to wash them away from their spot. If they do wash, we need to put them back. You can just water all the way along as you go. Then, after putting the water in with the seeds, then we'll take the hoe and cover it over with the dry dirt again. Pack it down as we did in the first row before. And another alternative, if we think it may be pretty dry and we want to try to keep the moisture so that the seeds can sprout as quickly as possible, is to use something like sawdust on top of the seeds. There are several ways we can do this. We can either put the water in with the seeds, which works well, and then put some sawdust on top, or we can do it like this. We can put the sawdust on top of the seeds. And when doing it this way, you can even put it 2 inches deep over corn seeds. They'll sprout and come up through 2 or 3 inches of sawdust. The sawdust is an excellent medium to hold the moisture in. Then we can get our water and water on top of the sawdust. This sawdust will just soak the water right up, and it'll stay moist for a long time. It's really ideal if you have a watering wand with a garden hose. Then you can just go back and forth and keep watering it with a watering wand till it's all thoroughly saturated in the sawdust. You don't really need it out in the dirt much, just saturate the sawdust thoroughly with it back and forth. And once that sawdust is saturated, you don't need to come back and do anything else. There'll be enough water there, that corn will sprout It'll warm up when the sun shines on, and it'll really grow up through there well, no matter how dry it is. So the rest of the row we can cover over then. You don't even need to put any dirt over this sawdust. We've planted field corn here, beans, squash, other types of crops that you may want to grow in larger quantities in a field can all be grown by planting them with this kind of method. Just allow the proper spacing between rows. The seed packages or a garden catalog or a garden manual will give you oftentimes charts with recommendations for the planting rates, the distances between seeds, the best distances between rows if you're uncertain. So that covers getting our fields planted and prepared, and we will also demonstrate how you can deal with the weeds once they start growing. Just as in the raised bed, we want to get the weeds when they start real small. In a field like this, once the things start sprouting and growing that you've planted, you want to be able to come along as soon as you see little weeds starting to sprout with just little tiny leaves. And it's very easy to hoe along the side of the plants with a hoe and scrape those weeds up, loosen the dirt. You can just go all across between your row even with a hoe pretty quickly if the ground's not too hard. Just work right up close to the plants. And you can move along pretty quickly, and just a little bit of turning up of the soil, loosening it up like that when the sun is shining will cause those little weed roots to dry up. The little weeds will die, but the plants that you've planted are able to keep growing, and after probably 2 or 3 hoeings like that, most plants will be up tall enough that it's very easy to either put mulch in, or the plants will start getting big enough to shade out a lot of the area where the weeds might grow, and the amount of cultivation required diminishes significantly. What we're doing here is preparing a place to make a little compost bin. Compost is a very important item to prepare for your garden, if at all possible. Compost is made up from vegetation, kitchen scraps, grass clippings, sawdust, anything you can get that will decompose and can be all piled and mixed together, and through a process of decomposition, which you can facilitate and speed up if you know what to do. Through that process, you can prepare a very rich, a good nutrient supply, an organic matter supply, a plant food that you can prepare to put on your plants or use in your garden. It's like dessert for the plants, and it also feeds the microbes. It's very good for microbe population, microbe development, and we want to prepare this compost bin by using some of the boards. You can use scrap lumber, you can even use just poles or logs. You could split some logs and stack them up similar to the way we're going to do here. You could use cement blocks. You could even make little rock walls or something. Some people have used mesh wire. It can be built round or square, but the idea is to have something that will help contain the compost items you put in and keep them together. And then we'll want to be able to go periodically to turn it with a pitchfork or a garden fork and get air in it. We want to check and make sure there's enough moisture as the decomposition process is taking place. And so having it in an enclosed container helps to facilitate being able to do those things, and it also keeps it confined where you don't end up with some of it being lost to the outside. We've cleaned it out and squared up the hole here. It's ideal having a place going back into a sloping bank like this because that helps to provide natural walls to help keep things contained. But we're going to use some of these boards and square and cut them up so that we can make an enclosed container here in this area. You don't have to use new lumber, you don't have to use squared lumber. Anything that will help to make walls or contain the compost will work. One thing that it is good to avoid using is lumber that's been treated with toxic chemicals such as creosote or copper naphthalene or other types of things. Pressure treated lumber is treated with toxic chemicals. It's best not to use those kinds of things. It is all right to take lumber, either old lumber or you can even use new lumber such as some of these boards here, and you can paint them with old motor oil, used motor oil that's been taken out of the motors when oil is changed. You want to avoid using synthetic oil, but the regular oil, the standard petroleum products, will have a high level of carbon. It is broken down by microbes so that there's nothing toxic left, and it actually is beneficial in the carbon that it makes available. So we're going to square up ends on these and then measure and cut them so that we can make it as uniform as we can. Now if we have some that are thicker than others, we'll put the thickest ones on the bottom to make the most foundational support for the enclosure. And if we have to do a little digging to even it up, we can do that. We'll measure and mark some of these boards that we can use just as strips to nail into the corners and help hold the sides of our compost bin together. And as I mentioned before, you can use many different materials for these. Small limbs, they don't have to be very big, big enough that a nail could be held in them, can just be used in the corners and driven through. We'll just use some scrap lumber here. All right, what we're going to do is nail in some stops here at the end that we can put some little boards as we build up our compost pile. We can put some little boards in against this stop that will help to hold the compost in. Then we're going to use our post hole digger and make a little post hole on each side. This will help stabilize the frame. You could make a compost bin just by putting a post hole at each corner and fastening up some boards to those posts. Many different methods can be used. They all will work satisfactorily as long as you have something that holds the compost in. And if you have some air holes in it, that even works better. It's not as necessary if you're going to be able to turn it regularly. If you have a garden fork or a pitchfork and you can turn it regularly, then holes to let air in are not as important. But if you're not going to turn it, you're just going to pile the compost up and let it rot as it is, or decompose as it can, then you need to have as much air that can get in as possible. Some people will even use a piece of pipe. It can be plastic pipe or metal pipe, and drill holes in it and run that down through the middle of the compost pile. That helps let air get all the way down through. But the most satisfactory way is to turn it regularly. That gets air all the way through it uniformly. Then we will make a little pilot hole for the point on the bottom of our stake. We can use a round steel rod or bar for this. The torsion springs off of some vehicles that have a round piece of steel that can twist for the spring action, make excellent pieces of steel rod for this purpose, or even breaking up rock. And if you can get somebody who has a cutting torch or a heavy-duty grinder to grind a point on the end of it, then it works real well. But any kind of steel rod or bar, especially if it has a little bit of a point on the end, will work to do that. Makes it a little easier to drive these stakes down in the ground. And it's the same principle, putting in stakes for stringing up tomatoes or cucumbers or beans, like I was describing about field rows or crops that you want to string up. So you can see this is an old stake. It's been used for stringing up tomatoes, and we have a point on the end that was sawed with a chainsaw. You can also hew the point with an axe. We'll put the point down, and then we'll drive that in with a hammer. And we'll put one in on the other side. Okay. Then we can put some of this dirt back into the hole that we've taken out, and we can tamp it in and tighten up the stake. Any pieces of little rocks or things like that. also can be used. We'll just continue up a little more, building the sides up. Now that we have our compost bin almost completed, one more thing that we want to do to close in the front is to use some scrap boards that we've cut that can just be slid in place. And they can be taken out when you're ready to get compost, so you can just shovel from the front. I have a few more smaller ones, and we can add them in as we put the compost in. We don't have to have them all in to begin with. As you fill it up with compost, you can just keep adding these and to keep the compost material from coming out the front. But that gives you enough of a bin that you can make a good stack of compost inside. And our next step then will be, after we've cleaned everything up here, to collect the materials we want to use for our compost bin. In a collection of things for our compost bin, we want to collect as wide a variety of materials as we can. There are many things that are available to use. We have grass clippings, we have many types of green vegetation, weeds, even the small limbs of trees. We want to try to put together a proportion of things that will have carbon and nitrogen in the ratio of about 30 parts carbon to about 1 part of nitrogen. So things like sawdust, dry weed stalks, those will be high in the carbon materials. Things like grass clippings and lush green vegetation, those will give a higher proportion of nitrogen. So we want to have a mixture of those things. We'll collect some different things that we will use in our compost pile as we build it up. We can use clippers and clip some of the materials that we have available. We can clip weeds. We can gather up these weeds and take them to use. One of the nice things about collecting this material for our compost is we're accomplishing two things. We can clean up around our premises, as well as we can utilize what we're cleaning up to build up our garden. Sometimes as I'm driving along the road, I see where people have mowed their lawn, or they have collected leaves or trimmed bushes. They pile up the brush and burn it, or they throw it off over a bank somewhere. I think all of that would make good compost if it was gathered and chopped up and utilized. Even the limbs from a tree that are small can be used. Bigger limbs can be used too, but many times you don't have the equipment available to be able to chop them up. If you have a chipping machine or can rent a chipping machine, you can even cut big branches. Some chippers are available that will chip things up to about 12 inches in diameter, such as the limbs that people who do tree pruning work would have. But generally the homeowner or somebody that is working on a very small scale won't have that kind of machinery available. But you can use what you have available, and much of the things can be done even just with hand tools or simple things that you would have around your home. We'll collect some weeds and stalks from other things just to show you what can be used. Anything that's growing or has been growing in the past is a good candidate for compost use. Now we'll go over here to the other edge of the garden and do a little trimming. Even things like blackberry vines with thorns on them, it's all right if you have gloves or a way of handling them. You can collect them. They'll all decompose and make a good addition to the compost pile. In making your compost, there is one thing that it's better to avoid. This tree right here is a black walnut tree. Black walnut trees produce a chemical that will be in their roots, in their bark, and in their leaves that is a growth inhibitor for many plants. In a garden that is near a black walnut tree where the roots can grow out into the garden, oftentimes people have observed that growing tomatoes and some other kinds of plants, especially ones that are more sensitive to that chemical, they'll grow for a little ways, and then when their roots get in contact with the roots from the black walnut tree, the reaction to that chemical causes the plant to wilt and look like it's going to die. It just stays very stunted and doesn't grow well at all. So it's better to avoid putting the leaves and things from black walnut trees into the compost pile, but most all other materials are just fine. This is an old sickle bar mower, and sometimes you can get an old machine like this, fix it up and use it, or you may use a regular lawnmower. More people are familiar with the rotary lawnmower. Any way that you can cut the weeds in the grass, such as we've done here, is something that accomplishes your purpose. But now what should we do with all of this stuff that we've cut? We can either gather it up and throw it over the bank somewhere, or we can figure out a use that we can make of it. If we get a pitchfork or a rake and rake it up, it makes an excellent addition to our compost pile. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to gather this up and use it in our compost pile. These grass clippings and weed stalks are freshly mowed. That will give the highest level of nitrogen and moisture, which are both useful for the compost pile. Moisture is important and the nitrogen is important, especially if we have a lot of carbon materials, weed stalks, and we can even put sawdust or other things. Dried things are going to be higher in their carbon ratio. We can also use dried grass clippings. Those will be good for the compost pile as well. We're going to also collect something that is actually one of the best things that you could use in compost, but it's also a plant that many people dislike. Kudzu, K-U-D-Z-U. It's actually in the legume family. You can see from the set of 3 leaves growing together. Looks like the 3 leaves that you see on soybeans or other types of legumes. Kudzu is a very fast-growing plant and very rich in nutrients. It has roots that will collect a lot of minerals from the ground. Being a legume, it can gather nitrogen from the air more than some other plants. As you can see here, the kudzu is growing profusely and gradually covering all of this area over. So since we have it accessible here, we can cut down kudzu along with other weeds that are in here, and we can collect it to use in our compost pile. Another thing that can be done with the kudzu is to collect it and put it in a drum, barrel, or a large garbage can that you can put water in. You can do that with all the different types of weeds, grasses, and things like that. Put them in with water and let it just rot, and it will make a tea that looks like manure tea, and it actually is oftentimes referred to as weed manure tea. The minerals and nutrients in the leaves and in the plants will gradually seep out into the water as they sit there and they rot and the water ferments, and it makes a very rich liquid that you can water your plants with. It's excellent to use for maintenance feeding of your plants after they are growing in your garden. But we're going to be using this for our compost material that we're cutting here. You may have access to a compost shredder or chipping machine or something. We don't have a compost shredder, but we have an old silage chopper. We demonstrated the use of this in the fall DVD gardening videos. We're going to use this again with a borrowed tractor. And you can use whatever you have available. We will demonstrate also, if you don't even have any machinery, you can chop the things up by hand. You can use whatever tools you have, but the idea is whatever you have available to chop as finely as possible. The finer you can chop it, the quicker it will decompose and make compost for you. So the idea is to do as much chopping as you have machinery or tools available to do. So we're going to run the things we've collected through and chop them up and then try to put them in the compost pile. Now, as you can see, even little strips of wood, small branches and things that we gathered have been chopped up into finer pieces, and we can rake this up now and put it in our compost bin, and it will decompose more quickly. We could even run over it with a lawnmower, just a regular mowing lawnmower. Now with it chopped up like this, would chop it up even finer. The things that you could chop like leaves and grass clippings with your mower, that works very good. Any way that you have available to chop it up smaller, the smallest you can get it, the smaller the better. We'll cover some of the steps in preparing compost. We want to gather things together that we can put together to make good compost, and I'd like to share with you just a few of the items and give you an idea of the percentage of carbon and nitrogen, I have a little list here that is also in the resource section. Alfalfa pellets are something that you can use. They will supply carbon and nitrogen. It's about 40% carbon and almost 3% nitrogen. It has a higher ratio of the nitrogen to carbon than what you want for ideal compost, but that makes a good source to counterbalance some of the other things that would be high in carbon. Cottonseed meal, about 42% carbon, 6% nitrogen. That's even higher in the percentage of nitrogen. That's a source of nitrogen for balancing out some of the other things that would be high in carbons. Soybean meal is similar, about 42% carbon, 6% nitrogen. Hay, dry hay is about 40% carbon, 1 to 1.5% nitrogen. That's higher on the carbon side of the ratio. Manures are good. For example, cow manure is about anywhere from 12 to 20% carbon and around 0.6 to 1% nitrogen. Horse manure, fresh horse manure that is, 20 to 35% carbon and around 0.5 to 1% of nitrogen. Chicken manure ranges from around 20 to 30% carbon to around 1.5 to 3% nitrogen. Wheat or oat straw, about 48% carbon and about half of 1% nitrogen. So that's very high in supplying carbon. That would be the kind of thing that would be good to put with the manures or soybean meal or cottonseed meal or alfalfa pellets to try to even out the proportions for about a 30 to 1 carbon to nitrogen ratio. Leaves, dry leaves, such as you would gather in the fall that have fallen from the trees, will range from about 20 to 35% carbon to approximately 0.4% all the way up to 1% of nitrogen. That's a pretty good ratio. That's almost close. In some leaves, that would be pretty close to your 30 carbon to 1% nitrogen. And there may be some need for a little variation depending on where the rates are in the leaves from particular trees. Oak leaves are especially good for making compost that's rich in different minerals. Wood chips or sawdust is anywhere from 25 to 50% carbon and only 0.1% nitrogen. Kitchen scraps are around 10 to 20% carbon and from 1 to 2% nitrogen. So kitchen scraps would be a good source for nitrogen to add to the higher carbon materials. Fresh weeds, if you just go and cut weeds as we have demonstrated in our presentation to put in your compost bin, that will range anywhere from 10 to 20% carbon to 1 to 4% nitrogen. That's a ratio that gives you a good percentage of nitrogen to fill out with some of the other things that are lower in nitrogen and higher in carbon. So these are very helpful to know in selecting the materials to put in your compost bin. Now we want to start in here with the bin that we've prepared, and we're going to put some materials in, and we want to put them in layers. The smaller the layers, the more effective it will be. We don't want big thick layers, a foot thick of one material. If we mingle them together just 2 or 3 inches to a layer, then as it decomposes, there's access for the microbes, and the layers will mix together more and more just from microbe and eventually worm activity. Earthworms will come up into that compost as it ages more in the decomposition process. We'll start in the very bottom with some of the more coarse materials so that we have a little better drainage situation, and then we'll add materials on the top. We can layer in varying layers with coarse materials like weed stalks and dried grass, old hay, moldy hay. Then we can put between some of the layers of those materials, we can put chicken litter or leaf compost or leaf material. We can put kitchen scraps. As we've already mentioned, grinding these things up will help significantly for speeding up the decomposition process. Of course, we can just pile these things up. We could even pile up any one of these particular items, even if it's sawdust. We could pile it up and eventually it will decompose, but it takes much longer. And if you want to really get compost as quickly as possible, you want to try to provide the ideal balance. And there are even some materials you can add that will greatly enhance and enrich your compost to make it a very rich food for your plants, very concentrated. So we'll start with some of the more coarse and rough materials. We have some weed and grass stalks that we've pulled out. We'll gather some of these and put them in first. Now we'll spread these around and try to make an even layer in the bottom of our compost bin. And this layer that we put in here, these are mostly still green stalks and grass stems and things. If you're putting dry stalks in there, then your nitrogen level is going to be a little lower. This is a little more in the nitrogen level than dry stalks would be. We want to add a little lime as we go along. Lime and phosphate sources, the soft rock phosphate or some type of a rock phosphate source is good. We'll just sprinkle some in some of the layers that we intersperse. We have a little bit here, we'll just scatter it around lightly. We don't want a real heavy layer, we just want it real light. That will help supply calcium. Then we'll put a layer of kitchen scraps. Then we'll put some grass clippings. It's not necessary to put things in the same order that I'm doing it here, but it just gives you an idea of how to layer the things. You can vary things significantly and end up with good results as long as you try to make sure to try to get an even dispersion of different materials and vary them layer to layer and get an overall ratio for good carbon and nitrogen levels. Now we'll add a little kelp meal. We want to really make a rich nitrogen mixture or a rich compost mixture, and we can add kelp meal to supply a lot of trace elements. We'll just sprinkle a little in here on top of that. Then we'll get some of this leaf material that's already well decomposed, but it doesn't have to be well decomposed. We just have it handy here, so we'll put it in. And one of the things that's really useful about using a little bit of something that's decomposed in your compost pile is it will be like an inoculant to add some of the bacteria to help get things really going good with composting. Even a little garden soil mixed in with your compost pile can be a great asset in terms of adding beneficial bacteria to help your composting process accelerate and speed along. You want to avoid getting rocks as much as possible in your compost. Then we can add some rock phosphate. We can sprinkle some like we did the lime. We can put some more grass clippings. Then we'll spread each layer around evenly as much as possible. Now, a good thing to put in, if you have it available, when you're getting part way up through your pile, is actually another form of inoculant. I mentioned about putting in some garden soil or something rich from previous compost to help introduce more microbes. You can also get an inoculant or compost starter, as it's sometimes called, that's very rich in the kind of microbes that will really aid the decomposition process. Here's one variety of this kind of compost starter called BioAccelerator. It's a composting aid that yields rich, fertile humus. This can be added in small quantities, and the instructions are usually on the packages that tell what to do. It's something you can add just a little bit, and it will introduce microbes to really speed up the composting process. Then at this stage we could put in more kitchen scraps, more leaf or weed stalks and other types of things. We'll add a little bit more of this since we have it right here. It needs to be cleaned up and used. One of the nice things about compost bins and composting processes is that it gives you an opportunity to clean up a lot of the things around your yard. And you can use weed stalks, tree limbs, anything you can chop up or get into your compost bin, and then you can turn it into nutrient-rich compost to help your garden. Now we also have some of the material that we've chopped up from brush and tree limbs. We'll gather some of that. Now there are many materials. If you have them available, you can add to your compost pile. The more diversity you have, the more nutrients and a wider range of minerals and things that you can develop in your compost pile. Even things such as the millings from a gravel quarry. This is similar to what is sometimes called granite dust, and we have a pile here of the millings. It's a fine and coarse grind of the dust from granite, or it may be different kinds of stones in different localities, but this is the millings, the dust and grindings that are left from grinding up gravel out of stone. That is a good source of different minerals. This particular type of stone, granite, is higher in potassium. It's not going to supply a lot of soluble potassium, but it adds to the bank of potassium, and as there are microbes working in the soil, they will gradually, slowly be breaking down these little particles of granite dust and making the minerals in them available to plants. So these kind of things can be added in small quantities also in with the compost. Just mix in with the compost, and the microbe activity will start making some of those nutrients available. Helps to really make a rich food for your plants. And we'll just keep adding layer after layer. Whatever materials you have available. If you happen to not have many grass clippings or other materials that will help to keep your nitrogen ratio up, you can even add supplemental nitrogen using the bean meal like I mentioned, or cottonseed meal. Or you can even use something such as ammonium nitrate or calcium nitrate. Commercial nitrogen preparations, you can use small quantities of those, maybe a few tablespoons full to sprinkle around if you have a lot of high carbon materials and not much nitrogen materials. That will help supply nitrogen that will enable the bacteria to work much more quickly and efficiently in breaking down the things that you put in for compost development. Then we can also add, to really make good nutritious compost, we can add just a few pinches of some of the different things if we have them, like copper sulfate. I'll add a little additional copper. We can add a little bit of iron sulfate. That'll add more nutrients for the iron, more iron to the nutrients, I should say. Even a little powdering of boron. Many soils are deficient in boron, and boron helps in the calcium absorption in the plants. We can put a little more kelp meal. Then there's also something that we could add that will boost the food for microbes as they're working to decompose your compost pile, and also add increased nutrients, and that's molasses, blackstrap molasses. It's a product left over from the refining of sugar, and it's available from feed stores, particularly for livestock. Sometimes it can come in a powdered form, dried, or you can get it in liquid form sometimes. I have some liquid blackstrap molasses, and I'll add a little bit of that to this. It's mixed in with some water. I'll just sprinkle some on. We have that in a bucket here. We want to water the pile anyway after we get things put on, so this is a good way to be able to accomplish that. You don't have to have the molasses mixed in with water, but we had some here, so we'll use it that way. We can keep adding whatever materials we have available, get things cleaned up, put in the compost pile. As our last steps of completing the compost pile, we'll put a little more coarse type material on the top. That'll kind of cover the pile over. And we've put things that are pretty moist, but if it's not quite moist, it's good to water it some and add additional moisture to help with the decomposition process. We'll add a little more water to this. If there's a lot of dry material, it's good to give it a pretty good soaking. If there are a lot of things like grass clippings and wet kitchen scraps, then that won't be as necessary. Our last step will be, after watering, to put a cover over this. A piece of plastic works fine, and black plastic especially works well. We want to cover it to help keep it from drying out, and also to keep excess water from heavy rains from soaking it and saturating it with more moisture than is helpful for it. So we'll cover this over. And the compost pile is ready to sit and work for a little while. It's good to come back in about a week and take the cover off and then use our pitchfork. If we need to, we can take the front back loose enough to turn over the contents of the compost pile. We want to get air in there, check and see if there's enough moisture to keep the decomposition process going, and also we want to see if the compost pile is heating up. We should even be able to tell in a few days if it starts warming up. We can feel the heat if we put our hand on the top, or if we open the lid, even some steam may come out. And the heating up of the compost pile is a good sign that decomposition is taking place properly. If the compost pile doesn't heat up, then that means there's probably not enough nitrogen or not enough moisture, or possibly both. So we need to check those things. And if necessary, we can add a little more nitrogen just by using simply the ammonium nitrate or calcium nitrate or something that will supply the nitrogen necessary to try to start the heating up process. Then if we keep turning it at least once every week until it all is broken down, we'll have a very good rich grade of compost to use for feeding our plants and to use in the spring and starting our garden. There are several books that I would like to mention. I have not covered all the detail that would be involved in every step of gardening here. We've tried to cover the basic steps and procedures in this presentation as we go along, and also in our demonstration you'll see many of the things, but these are books that will give you many more details and help to fill out the picture. There perhaps will be questions that will arise in your mind as you develop your gardening experience, and these books will answer most of the questions that you would have. One of the books that I would highly recommend as a first book to obtain to help you in going through the steps for the most nutrition in your food from your garden is a book called Nourishment Homegrown. There are several editions of this book. This is an earlier edition. I have here also a most recent edition of the book Nourishment Homegrown by Alexander Bedeau. This book goes through a basic understanding of soil operation, the microbes, the nutrients. It discusses the necessary steps in the fall and spring preparation, and it discusses many of the steps individually for the needs of different varieties of plants. Some varieties of plants need more of a focus of emphasis on certain elements for their needs, and others need others. And these can be learned from going through some of these sections in these books. Another book that I just have seen recently and obtained, and I have found it to be very useful, having much good information, especially in relation to biological gardening. Both of these books, by the way, are written from the standpoint of biological gardening, using the elements both from commercially prepared preparations as well as the organic methods. The best of both to be able to get the most nutrition. This book is called The Bio Gardener's Bible. This is written by Lee Fryer. This is an excellent book, and it actually in one section goes through the different plants that you can grow in your garden and discusses the special needs of each of those plants. Everything from asparagus to lettuce, spinach, radishes, sweet potatoes, squash, all the way to zucchini. So from A to Z, it discusses the different types of plants and some of their special needs that may be unique to them. It discusses composting and other elements of gardening as well. Another book for the person who wants to really go a little more into soil chemistry and understanding some of the different principles of operation in the soil for the best quality and maximum production in their garden is the book Hands-on Agronomy by Neil Kinsey. Then another book that I have found very helpful is a book by Dan Scow called Mainline Farming for Century 21. This book is especially helpful for the person who has developed a little gardening experience and wants to expand, perhaps to the point of being able to grow some produce that they can sell as part of their income producing support. This book takes some of the principles of gardening that are discussed in some of the other books and that we have discussed here. It expands and develops them and gives additional insight with many recipes and formulas that can be used on a larger scale, especially for larger agricultural types of applications. But on the other hand, if a person is not expanding, they can also find good information in this if they're wanting to really go into more detail. The formulas and information given there can be scaled down to be to an advantage even to the smaller scale gardener. So these are books that I feel are very helpful for the person who wants to have good resource material as they are developing in their gardening experience, and even for the one just beginning. Starting out with the book Nourishment Homegrown will help to give you many details that you may not have understood as we've gone through our presentation or through our demonstrations in these gardening series, or questions that may arise as you are gardening. One of the things I'd like to mention in connection with the different approaches to gardening is that when you're moving from the city to get started in the country, or even if you're living in the country and you haven't really been involved in gardening before, but now you really feel the need to garden, perhaps you realize that something could happen and the food that you've been dependent on would not be available. Or perhaps you're realizing that food that is available is more likely to be toxic. One example is orange juice. Many people like to drink orange juice, and they may buy frozen orange juice. If you notice on your orange juice label that oranges that have been used in that orange juice are coming from Brazil, you may not realize that in Brazil the people growing oranges have been free to use DDT. There are companies in the United States still producing DDT, even though it is illegal to use it in the United States. But they can produce it and market it to other countries who then use it on their crops. The DDT is sprayed on the oranges in Brazil and in some other countries. Then the U.S. will bring those oranges back and process them to make orange juice. So you still can be getting significant concentrations of toxic elements in the food that you're buying without even realizing it. So as people are realizing these things that they didn't know before, they're realizing more and more the need to grow their own food. And if they haven't been growing their food or had that experience before, then knowing what to do to as quickly as possible be able to get good nutritious food is going to be very important. Now, another approach to gardening is called the organic gardening method. And the reason I mention some of these different approaches is that some of them will take longer periods of time to develop good nutritive quality in the soil and good nutrition in the food. The organic gardening method focuses on producing food using non-toxic elements. It encourages microbe growth and activity in the soil, and it avoids using toxic chemicals and commercial preparations that would be adverse to microbe activity or to the health of people eating the food. However, in the organic gardening approach, there is a resistance or an opposition to using most commercial products, and sometimes it is thought that anything that is produced commercially is toxic and undesirable. But as I showed in discussing some of the commercial fertilizers, there are some of them that are not toxic, that are compatible with microbe activity in the soil, and they do help increase the nutritive quality of the food. Now, we obviously are not going to be able to depend upon buying commercial products if trucks don't run and other kinds of things happen that produce a crisis in production. So the ultimate goal is that we will be able to be as independent as possible of all of these things. However, if we're just moving out of the city or if we're just starting with a garden, we may wish to use things that are available presently while we are trying to get our soil built up so that we can get as nutritious a quality of food now as possible, but then we can work as quickly as we can on getting the soil built up so that we're not dependent on those things. So there is a place, I believe, where we can use well-selected commercial fertilizers or preparations that we know will not be toxic or detrimental, and we can use them while they're available to get as much nutrition in our food as we can, but in the same time, we want to be doing everything possible to build the soil up to levels where we do not have to depend on those things. Everybody needs to decide in their own mind the approach that they're going to feel most comfortable with. And so I mention these things so that you can know at least that you do not have to wait as long as might be necessary if you're depending strictly upon organic means to build up your soil and to get good food. Now there's another approach to gardening and growing food which is oftentimes referred to as the biological gardening approach. In many ways, biological gardening goes a step further than organic gardening. While it uses some things that strict organic gardeners would not use because they are commercial preparations, at the same time, biological gardening actually focuses more on the importance of good quality nutrition in the food. While organic gardening focuses especially on not using toxic elements, biological gardening, in addition to avoiding toxic elements, actually focuses on the importance of getting maximum nutrition in the food. In biological gardening, practices are used that involve commercial preparations as long as they are not toxic and detrimental. So in a sense, biological gardening incorporates the best of both approaches from the commercial products and organic gardening. Now it's important to realize when we're evaluating the approach and the procedures and methods we're going to use in our gardening that the soils throughout America and throughout the world have been going through a process of depletion in the time that has been taking place through history. In research that was done and evaluation and testing on approximately 400 fields or 400 crops in some of the western and midwestern states in the United States several years ago, through a 4-year period, it was evaluated the mineral levels in the food that was being produced, and it was found that the mineral levels dropped in those soils and in the food produced anywhere from 6 to 68%. The mineral levels were dropping just in that short period of time in significant amounts. Now, if this took place in a 4-year period, imagine what's been happening through a period of 50 or 100 or even 500 years in terms of mineral levels in the soil. This means that it is impossible for us to grow the amount of nutrient mineral levels in the foods that we grow now that it would have been possible to have grown 100 or 200 years ago. It also means that if we're going to try to improve and bring back the nutrient levels in foods, that we're going to have to give special attention to building those mineral levels back up that have been depleted so badly. And as we mentioned earlier, calcium, potassium, and some of these other minerals are ones that especially are going to receive our attention. Just one more thing I'd like to mention about the work and activity of microbes in the soil. The microbes are very important because of their role in breaking down different elements in the soil into forms that the plants can readily use. And in order to ensure the best activity of the microbes, there are several things that we need to keep in mind. There are three important needs for the microbes that do this work. There are two types of microbes that work in the soil as well. There are the anaerobic microbes and the aerobic microbes. Anaerobic microbes are ones that do not require oxygen, and many of the microbes that are not beneficial microbes are actually anaerobic microbes. This means that if the soil is not in the proper condition for favoring the activity and development of the proper kinds of microbes, that we can end up with the improper kind of microbes proliferating. The aerobic microbes live in the upper part of the soil predominantly, where there is more air available. Aerobic, of course, refers to air. Anaerobic to not needing air or oxygen. Now, where in the soil do we find the greatest amount of air and where do we find the least amount of air? Obviously, the greatest amount of air is in the top area of the soil near the surface, where air can penetrate, where there's more looseness of the soil, where there's more activity of worms and of other little types of organisms or even vegetation that will make channels into the soil. The deeper you go in the soil, the more you lose the access and availability of air. Consequently, you end up with a greater proportion of anaerobic microbes. Now, if we have in the upper portion of the soil a place where there is a lot of water, let's say where water sits for several days, what happens to the air in that soil? Yes, the air is going to diminish where the water is sitting, because all of the little air pockets or places where air has been are going to fill up with water, and the air is not there anymore. Air, of course, is lighter than water. And so what happens then to the aerobic microbes, the ones that depend on air? They no longer are able to function. They may even die. And what happens to the anaerobic microbes? They can start moving up and proliferating. And so water sitting on the ground is going to cause an imbalance of the proper kind of microbes, as well as many other problems. So we want to give consideration and keep in mind the importance of maintaining the condition of the soil that will best feed and maintain the proper type of microbes, the aerobic microbes. And as I mentioned, there are three important elements that we need to consider, three important areas in connection with the proper type of microbes, the aerobic microbes. These are air, as we've already been discussing, moisture, and food. Now, organic matter is the primary food that we furnish for the microbes. Microbes will feed on organic matter, and in the process of feeding on that organic matter, they will secrete very mild acids as part of their waste, and those mild acids will break down soil particles that are actually microscopic rock particles, or we might even call them microscopic mineral particles. When we put on limestone on the ground, we're simply putting on ground up rock. It's in particles that to us look very small, but they're far too big to be absorbed into the plant. Those have to be broken down into particles even smaller, into forms that are so small that they actually are soluble and can be moved around in a water solution, even small enough to suspend in that water solution. So microbes can break these rock particles down into levels that the plants can absorb and use by their activity of eating and producing wastes. These three areas, again, I want to emphasize, are air, moisture, and food. That's one of the important reasons for organic matter. It's an important reason for making sure that we keep the soil moist. It's an important reason for making sure that we don't have too much water on the soil. The right amount is good, too much is not good, and not enough is not good. Too much water can kill the microbes. The microbes can also die with not enough water, or they will go dormant. So for the best microbe activity, we want proper moisture content. We don't want the soil to dry out, but neither do we want it to become waterlogged. Another important thing that we can keep in mind and consider is that in providing air to the microbes, there are several ways that that can be done. When we plow the soil, we're turning the dirt over, we're turning a layer that's on top down under, and we're putting some that was down under up on top. And when we plow down 7, 8, or even 9 inches deep, we're turning over a major amount of soil. There's benefit in that we're getting air into the soil, and that will increase and enhance the microbe activity. There's also a benefit in that some of the elements of the soil tend to gradually wash down through the soil, while other elements may stay suspended in the soil or even rise. Examples of something that would rise in the soil is organic matter. If there is organic matter in the soil, it will tend to rise. You will find more organic matter up at the top of the soil than you will find down in the soil. It may not be noticeable in the amount that it rises, say, in 1 year's time, but it will tend to rise. Another thing that tends to go down in the soil, another element, is calcium. We can see this demonstrated in the limestone caves of Kentucky and Tennessee and other places. What is it that forms the stalactites, the rock formations or mineral formations that hang from the ceiling? It's the process of calcium coming down through the soil in a form in water in which it can condense on the ceiling and drip off. But some of that calcium is left on the ceiling each time there's a drip, and gradually through a period of time that calcium keeps building up as it's dripping down. So calcium can wash through the soil, not as quickly as some other things, such as nitrogen perhaps, but it does tend to go down. So by plowing the soil, we're accomplishing several things. The calcium that we may have put on in the previous year or in a previous time that is going down through the soil gets turned back up, and the organic matter that has come up to the top of the soil can get turned back down, and we help to get those things mixed together so there's a more even dispersion of those elements for microbes to work on, and that's one of the ways we help to get that whole layer of soil built up. Now we want to be careful not to put the organic matter down so deep that we have largely anaerobic microbes that are the only ones available to work on it. Remember, we need to have enough air in the soil for the aerobic microbes to work, and they're the ones that break down the organic matter into the elements that the plants can utilize best. So we want to avoid putting it too deep, and we want to yet have enough depth in our cultivation and plowing to be able to get a good mix. In the Considerations for our microbe activity: we have already discussed the importance of proper moisture. This oftentimes comes through rain, or it may be necessary, it may require that we irrigate. We need to keep track of the moisture conditions, and if we see that the soil is getting dry, then we may need to irrigate in order to provide sufficient moisture. Another method of helping to conserve moisture is through the use of mulch. Mulch accomplishes two important things. One of them is it supplies organic matter, and another one is it helps to conserve moisture. Different types of mulch will accomplish these things in varying degrees. Some types of mulch will provide more organic matter and more nutrition. Others provide less. Some will help hold the moisture in better than others will. There are different types of things that can be used as mulch: grass clippings, old hay, even something like sawdust. Some people are very concerned about using sawdust, and they have the understanding that sawdust will make the soil sour and acidic and should not be used as a mulch. One year I tried mulching potatoes with sawdust, and I put the mulch down, or the sawdust, I put about 6 inches deep. As the potatoes grew, they grew just a little ways, and they were probably 6 or 8 inches tall above the top of the layer of sawdust, and they turned very yellow, and they stayed very stunted and scrawny looking, and they didn't grow much anymore. And so I did some research to find out what was the main reason that the sawdust was causing a problem with the plants growing when I used it for mulch, because I thought this would be a good mulch to help keep in moisture, and indeed it did help keep in moisture. It was good for that. But as I researched, I found that sawdust, being a high carbon material and a low nitrogen material, requires nitrogen in order to decompose. Good decomposition occurs when there's a ratio of about 1 part nitrogen to approximately 30 parts of carbon. Somewhere in that range, 25 to 30 parts carbon and 1 part nitrogen. Now, sawdust is much higher in its proportion of carbon and very low in its proportion of nitrogen. So when you put it on the soil, how is it going to decompose? Well, what it's going to do is draw nitrogen, if it's available, from the soil in order to decompose. Now, what is it that's causing the decomposition? It's the microbe activity. It's microbes that are working in soil decomposition to break things down. So microbes start working on the sawdust to decompose it, and the microbes require nitrogen in order to perform their work. So where do they get their nitrogen? They get it from the soil. Microbes will get the first opportunity to utilize the nitrogen. They can take it more readily than the plants can when it's in the soil, and so the microbes were using all the available nitrogen in order to work in the decomposition of the sawdust, and the plants weren't getting it. That's why the plants turned yellow and were stunted. When I found that out, I went to the farm supply shop and I got some nitrogen fertilizer, and I took a hoe and I made a furrow down the side of the potato plants, and I put some nitrogen fertilizer in, some soil amendments to supply nitrogen. Then I covered it back over, and we got rain, and within a week or so the plants started turning green and they started growing, and then they finally started developing and looking healthy. And so I discovered that the real problem with using sawdust is the requirement for nitrogen. It is true that sawdust can be somewhat acidic, but that is very easily compensated for by using a little extra lime. You can mix lime with the sawdust, and especially it's important to mix something that will supply the necessary nitrogen. If you do this, then you will not have any problem using sawdust as a mulch in your garden. An ideal way is to compost the sawdust, adding some of these elements, or mix it in your compost mixture, and we cover this in our section on composting. is to mix with the sawdust the necessary materials that will supply the nitrogen in order for the decomposition process to take place, and then you have a very excellent source of mulch in addition to the nutrients it can provide, because once the sawdust is totally broken down and the decomposition has taken place, then the nitrogen that was required is available for the plants to use. So we want to remember, in the feeding of microbes in the soil, we want to supply enough air, we want to make sure that there's adequate moisture, and we want to provide the organic matter for them. One thing we might also mention in connection with the supplying of air for the microbes is when we've had heavy rains, there's a tendency for the soil to crust over. Heavy rains will pack some of the soil down on the surface, and it will make a little crust, and oftentimes you've noticed that. And then when that crust dries, sometimes because the crust is so heavy, it will actually split, and you will see the splits in the crust across the ground. When we see that kind of a crust, that will be an evidence to us that it's more difficult for the air to get into the soil. Cultivation of the soil, just very lightly, not going deep like in plowing, such as we would do in the fall or early spring, but cultivation of the soil, just going through lightly with a cultivator or even with a little hoe and turning up the soil a little bit, chopping off the weeds. This will break up that crust and help to get some air down in the soil, and many people have observed that just a light cultivation of the soil after some period of dryness, when the soil has crusted over, actually produces a noticeable spurt of growth in the plants that are growing. Even without watering or doing anything else, just a light cultivation has produced a noticeable spurt of growth. And the reason was that it allowed oxygen in and greatly increased the microbe activity, and then the plants were able to get more nutrients because of the microbe activity. So we can pay attention to some of these different areas, and we can actually make the difference between a mediocre result in our efforts to grow some food and a very vigorous result in the food and the health of the plants. In the preparation of planting, or the preparation and the steps of planting in your garden, there are different types of food that are important to consider, things I would classify as staple items. And especially if you're just starting out to garden, if you have never tried to grow anything before, I would especially recommend that you start simple and small. Don't try to plow up an acre of ground and grow a large garden, but start small with something you can work with, something you can learn from, something that you can handle and get a good result because you can put in the necessary time and maybe allow for some trial and error and some research and discovery. If you start with items that will give you nutrition for your effort and will cover some of your basic staples, then you can get confidence that you can try other things, and you will get a feel for how much time is involved in each of the different things as well. In the resource section of this series, we will provide information that will show you how much of different staple items and other garden products that you can grow would be needed for a year's supply for each person in your family. Items such as corn, tomatoes, beans, potatoes, peas, different types of greens, things like cabbage, broccoli, lettuce, spinach, radishes, beets, onions. This even is quite a variety already of things that might be considered staple items. Things such as corn and beans are especially nutritious. And in the bean family, we have different types of beans even. We have different types that are sometimes classified as string beans that have strings to be pulled loose from the pods. There are stringless beans. There are beans that climb, called pole beans. There are beans that grow more with a bush-type habit, called bush beans. There are soybeans, another family of beans. Soybeans are very highly nutritious. They're approximately 1/3 protein, approximately 1/3 carbohydrate, and approximately 1/3 fat. Soybeans are very nutritious, and they are not hard to grow. They do require being planted early enough in the season to be able to bloom at a certain time, and a certain length of time is necessary in order to grow a good production of soybeans. And yet at the same time, they have to be planted late enough to be past the time of frost, and the ground needs to be warmed up enough for them to be able to sprout. Different types of these plants will have different requirements, and we will furnish information also in the resource section describing some of the requirements for different types of plants. You can evaluate what you can start off with that will fit your situation and do what seems within your capability with the materials you have at hand that you could be most likely to succeed with. That success will give you confidence to keep trying other things. So picking some of these staple items and starting with them, and using especially seeds that are open pollinated seeds if possible. You may have to use whatever's available at first, but if you can find open pollinated seeds, and again in the resource collection we will provide the names of some of the seed companies where these are available. But whatever you can use, if you can get open pollinated seeds will enable you to gather some of the production of those plants and dry the seed and use it the next year and keep producing the same variety. Hybrid seeds do not allow you to be able to do that. You will produce something else if you produce anything. Some hybrid seeds will not produce useful food when you plant them after their first year's production. That is, if you keep the seed from what you produce the first year, you cannot produce the same variety like the parents were. It may be a bean or a corn if that's what you are growing, but it won't be the same variety with the same characteristics. So open pollinated, or sometimes they're referred to as heirloom varieties as well, are the best ones to use as you can. Then we also want to consider the different steps of the needs through the year as you plant and grow these things. You will want to put down on the soil the things initially needed, and we call that pre-plant. Pre-plant soil amendments or fertilization will include the things necessary before planting the seed. This would be like the lime to supply calcium, like the rock phosphate to supply phosphorus, and there may be some other things that are needed. Oftentimes the elements used in what we would classify as organic gardening approach are elements that require time to break down to be fully usable for the plants. These kind of things should be put on pre-plant because they're not going to benefit the plants near as much. They may to a small degree put on while the plants are growing, but the earlier they can be put on, the more they will be broken down and available for the plants to use. So these are things we want to put on pre-plant if there are different types of forms used in the organic gardening approach. These would include things like kelp meal, green sand, and other types of materials. The commercial fertilizers that are readily soluble must be used in much smaller amounts because they're more concentrated, and being readily soluble, if some of those are selectively used that are non-toxic and are not difficult for microbe activity and production to be able to operate with, then they can be used in smaller amounts through the growing season. Also, another area that provides us with nutrients to use in the garden is compost, and we're going to devote a little time to the understanding of compost and how to provide good compost in a little bit. But we want to especially recognize that compost is one of the things we can use for providing both short-term and long-term soluble elements for the plants to use. So we want to remember we need to give some thought to pre-plant nutrients, and then we also may have some nutrients that would be good to put down initially when planting, especially if we haven't put them down pre-plant. And then we need to consider the things that might be needed through the growing season, and this would especially be true if we notice any deficiency. Plants, like humans, cannot eat all of the food at one time, and that's enough to last them for the rest of the season. It isn't sufficient to eat a large meal at the beginning of the month, and then that's enough to last us through the month. Likewise, plants do not eat all of the nutrients they need at one time, and nutrients are constantly going through transactions and exchanges, combinations and combinations being broken up. There's constant changes taking place in the soil, and in these changes, the nutrients or energy being released will determine what's available for the plants. We can influence these exchanges, transactions, and energy releases by what we add to the soil even while the plants are growing. So supplying some maintenance feed during the growing season is also an important part of getting maximum nutrition from the plants. There are certain stages of development where some types of plants require much more of a certain nutrient. Corn, for example, as the ears are developing, after the ears start forming, they require more nitrogen. It is during the time that the ears are developing and forming when nitrogen deficiencies can start becoming apparent if there's not enough nitrogen available. Nitrogen in the soil corresponds to protein development in the plant. So if we have plants that are high protein plants, we need to make sure that nitrogen is available for those plants at the times that it's needed. Soybeans, as I mentioned a little earlier, are a plant that has a high protein content, being approximately 33% protein, but soybeans have the unique ability, along with other legumes, to be able to utilize certain types of microbes and bacteria that work in harmony with them to gather nitrogen from the air. The air, having approximately 75% nitrogen, is able to supply nitrogen if there's a way to put it into a form the plants can use. In legume plants, of which soybeans are in that family, there are microbes that can take that nitrogen out of the air, and then they attach to the roots of the plants and store that nitrogen in little nodules on the roots. If you pull up a clover plant or a bean plant growing in healthy soil, you will find many little nodules, or they even look like little knots on the root. And these are the nitrogen, the places where nitrogen is being stored by the activity of these microbes, taking nitrogen out of the air and storing it there. So soybeans are able to supply that nitrogen through the work of the microbes working compatibly with them. However, corn does not have that type of microbe available to attach to its roots like soybeans do. And so we must be sure to supply additional nitrogen in some form, whether through compost or through organic matter that will supply high levels of nitrogen, or through some type of soil amendment. And here's where some types of commercial fertilizers compatible with biological gardening can be used. So we want to remember pre-plant soil amendments, maintenance amendments while the plants are growing, and then also another area where we can increase the quality and nutrition of the food is through foliar feeding. The leaves of plants have a work that they do during the day, especially in the process of photosynthesis. They're taking carbon dioxide from the air, and they are forming different sugars and compounds in the plant that are stored in the tissue for the plant's needs. At the same time, the roots are pulling in minerals and things from the soil, and then these are circulating through the plants to meet the plant's needs and the needs of reproduction and the formation of fruit and vegetables, depending on what the plants are. There are in the leaves small openings referred to as pores in the leaves. These little openings allow the carbon dioxide and elements from the air to be passing in, and they also allow for moisture and even waste from the plant to be passing out. So there's a respiration that's taking place, going in and coming out. It's possible to take advantage of this process in the plant by putting onto the leaves at times when this ability to take in can be the greatest. It's possible to put onto the leaves different foliar feeds. We can use different types of materials such as blackstrap molasses, such as kelp liquid. Kelp is a seaweed. Many of the minerals that are being depleted and have been depleted from the soil, many other elements have washed into the ocean, and plants growing in the ocean are benefiting from these elements, and they are able to be harvested in certain situations, and then we can take those plants that are harvested from the sea, put them back on the land, and replenish many of those minerals. We can also use the extracts or liquid forms of some of these types of seaweeds or ocean products and put them in our foliar sprays to feed the plants through the leaves. If the soil nutrients are in a good proportion, the effects of foliar feeding can be very beneficial. Foliar feeding can help in many situations of deficiencies as well, but we can maximize both the effect of the nutrients in the soil as well as whatever we might put on with foliar feeds when we get things to their optimum levels, and that's the way we can pack the most nutrition into the food that we are getting. We oftentimes are unaware that the foods that are being grown in the store, or I should say the foods we buy in the store that are being grown commercially, often do not have the levels of nutrition that are really necessary for human good health. It is possible to buy food in the store that looks like food and can be eaten but has very little flavor and actually doesn't have enough nutrition to even provide the energy necessary to digest and metabolize that food. In that case, the body is having to use energy stored in its reserves in order to process the food, and a loss has taken place, a negative effect has taken place from eating that food. On the other hand, it's possible through proper practices and soil husbandry to grow food that's very packed with nutrition and gives us a high level of energy, of health, of nutrition. It gives us a sense of well-being. Oftentimes, we can eat food with this kind of nutrition and we can feel the difference in our body almost immediately, especially if our body has become more accustomed to food that has good nutrition. We will notice the flavor in the food. There's also another interesting feature that takes place in the growing of plants. Not all of the elements that are important for human nutrition are important for plant nutrition. An example is iodine. There is no indication from research done scientifically that plants react or suffer from iodine deficiency. Iodine is not one of the things that is evident in plants, either in the form of a deficiency or an excess, as a general rule. And so iodine can be totally lacking in the soil, and the plants can still look very healthy and exhibit all of the indications of good health. However, if iodine is present in the soil, the plants will take it up, and it will be in the plant tissue and in the food that the plant is producing. And when we eat the food, we then can get the benefit of that iodine that's present. If the plants are growing in iodine deficient soil, then of course the food will not be able to confer the levels of iodine in the diet for us. And so these deficiencies in the soil of some of these type of elements may not affect the plants, and therefore may not be recognized as a deficiency, but yet in the consumption of them we can be experiencing deficiency in human health. Only as we have the ability to control the quality of our soil can we really ensure that all of these things that are essential for good health can really be getting into the plants and then be available in the food that we're growing. So using these areas of getting nutrition into the plant is important. The pre-plant preparation, the maintenance preparation while they're growing, and then foliar feeds. Even in some of the foliar sprays that I use, I add a little iodine, and that enables iodine to be present in the tissues of the plants and then in the food that I am getting from those plants. We've mentioned about how the things that can be prepared for composting can be ground up, and the feedings that take place for plants, both with the materials that can be put on before the plants are planted and during the season while plants are growing, compost being one of these forms of materials that can feed the plants. We want to go into some of the steps for grinding up and processing kitchen scraps and other materials that you can use from your place or collect from neighbors or other sources and use for compost or for feeding your plants. Also, we might mention that you can put green foliage, most any type of vegetation, you can cut it up so that it will fit in a barrel, such as a 55-gallon barrel. You can fill it up with water then and let that sit for a while, and you can use the resulting tea, I call it weed manure tea. You can use that resulting tea to water your plants with a very nutritious, mineral-rich tea while the plants are growing, and that's very helpful. Another thing that can be used for preparing some of these scraps and items, especially kitchen scraps, for using in with a watering solution or to put onto the ground for decomposing directly, and to some extent in the compost pile if you need additional moisture, is a kitchen disposal unit. Right here we have an old sink top. We fastened a kitchen disposal unit into it and just hooked up a drain pipe to run down where we can put a 5-gallon bucket to collect the things that we grind up, along with a little water to run through it. And we're going to demonstrate how you can use this to grind up your kitchen scraps into a slurry that you can water in your garden with, or just put it wherever you want to add to the nutrient content and also provide material that microbes can feed on.